Good morning, buenos días. Welcome to the 2023 Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions Presidency Conference on the topic Diverse Research Careers to Tackle Global Challenges. My name is Michele Catanzaro. I have a PhD in physics. I have been a science journalist for the last 20 years, so somehow I'm an example of the diversity of scientific careers. And I will be the master of ceremony of this event that is taking place at the Technological Campus of the University of Castilla-la-Mancha in the beautiful city of Toledo. This event is organized by the European Commission, by the by the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union, by the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation, and by the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, FECYT. The Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions, as I'm sure you all know, is the European reference program for international, intersectorial, and interdisciplinary mobility. It is a program that is open to all career stages, and it has a special focus on research career development and training. So in the next few days, we will have a privilege to hear some of the key stakeholders and policymakers in a topic that is a key topic of our times, that is the connection between science and policymaking. Think the pandemics, climate change, artificial intelligence, you name it. Basically, all the relevant topics of our time are at the interface between science and policy. And this is why it is so important that scientists have a voice in these debates. The Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions has a special role to play in these sort of debates because of its nature. It is international in nature, it has a bottom-up approach, and it has a focus on the development of the career. And all these elements put these actions in the ideal position to tackle this interface between science and policy. So without further delay, let me start with the institutional opening of the conference. I remind you that you have simultaneous translation headphones at the entrance. Os recuerdo que tenéis auriculares de traducción simultánea en la entrada. And so now I give the floor to Antonio Mas, Vice Rector of Scientific Policy of the University of Castilla-la-Mancha. Le doy la palabra a Antonio Mas, Vicerrector de Política Científica de la Universidad de Castilla-la-Mancha. Antonio Mas, the floor is yours.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank the presence of the Director for Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation from European Commission, Antoaneta Angelova-Krasteva, and to the General Secretary of Research at the Ministry of Science and Innovation, Raquel Joti, for their presence in this opening session. Also, I would like to acknowledge all the organizers for making this beautiful place in an even more beautiful place. It is a privilege and an honor for me to welcome you on behalf of Rector Julián Garde to this conference, Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions, Diverse Research Careers to Tackle Global Challenges. And what better place to do so than at the headquarters of the Universidad de Castilla-la-Mancha in the city of Toledo. Toledo was and still is a multicultural city. It is not in vain that it is called the city of the three cultures. But even before that, it was the capital of the Visigothic kingdom after the Germanic invasion of the 6th century AD, which ended with the conquest of the Iberian Peninsula by the Muslims in the 8th century. All these events led to the establishment in this city of communities of Christians, Muslims, and Jews who lived together in relative harmony for centuries, the three cultures. As a result of this coexistence, Toledo was one of the great centers of art and science in Europe before Europe was given that name, standing out for its mathematicians, geometers, astronomers, and medical doctors, as well as for its painters and sculptors from all corners of the world, whose greatest exponent is El Greco. Europe is a continent with a lot of history, and much of it can be found in these streets. Toledo has exemplified for more than 10 centuries what the European Union has stood for since its mother creation, that the Union of Nations enriches and benefits its inhabitants through scientific, technical, and artistic knowledge. Then let me therefore welcome you to this beautiful city and to the Universidad de Castilla-la-Mancha with the hope that these 2 days will be the beginning of a great friendship for all of us. Thank you very much for coming and enjoy.
Thank you, Antonio Mas. And now the floor is for Antoneta Angelova-Krasteva, Director for Innovation, Digital Education, International Cooperation at the Director General for Education, Youth and Sports and Culture of the European Commission. Antoneta Angelova-Krasteva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you who are here in this room with us today and those who are following this event online. Many thanks, Mr. Vice Rector, for your welcoming words. Many thanks, Antonio, and many thanks, Raquel, for being together in this institutional opening as it was announced by the moderator. I'm really delighted to be in Toledo. This is my second visit to this beautiful city. And every time when I come, I'm really amazed to see this beautiful place which brings people, cultures, and communities together, which brings together artists, science, as it was just mentioned by Antonio. And I'm indeed very delighted for the opportunity to be with you today to open this Spanish presidency event. This is a great honor for me. This is indeed an important event which is dedicated to our remarkable program, the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions. And I would like to start by thanking the Spanish presidency, in particular the Spanish Ministry for Science and Innovation and the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology for organizing this conference. Many thanks, of course, go to the University of Castilla-la-Mancha, which is hosting us today and tomorrow in this beautiful place. This conference is indeed very timely and relevant given the current political and geopolitical context and all related developments. But also from the institutional point of view of the Commission, it is very timely and relevant because we are in the last year of the current Commission. We are carrying out midterm evaluations of our EU programs, including the Horizon Europe program and the MSCA. And we are starting also our reflections on the next generation of the EU programs, including the Research and Innovation Framework program. And it goes without saying that this is an important moment where we are analyzing and assessing the past achievements, we are reviewing existing needs and challenges, and we are reflecting on the future perspectives. So being the EU flagship program for researcher training and career development, the MSCA will undoubtedly play an important role in this process. Its valuable contribution to very strategic policy initiatives such as the European Research Area and the European Education Area is widely acknowledged, as well as its salient support to boosting Europe's growth, innovation, and competitiveness, its support to tackling major societal challenges, and also supporting to deliver on the objectives of the green and digital transition. So during the next 2 days, we'll thus have the opportunity to take stock of some concrete results achieved through the MSCA and to celebrate MSCA success stories and its amazing talents. Furthermore, we'll also have the opportunity to discuss how we can work better together towards a more impactful program and how we as the Commission and the MSCA can further support our researchers in building bridges between policy and science. The exchanging during these 2 days will be therefore particularly valuable, as they will feed and support our analysis and the overall reflection process related to the present implementation of the Horizon Europe program and the preparations of its next generation. So talking about the MSCA success stories today and tomorrow will offer a wonderful possibility to see on stage the impactful projects carried out by our contestants and excellent presenters who are participating in the MSCA Science Policy Pitch Competition. And I wish them all good luck. Referring to the relevance of this conference, let me once again highlight the contribution that MSCA makes to strengthening the link between research and policy making. The upcoming discussions will reveal some concrete examples of how MSCA researchers help address global challenges and enable with decision makers and engage with decision makers and the wider society. So from providing training on mental health for frontline professionals in Ukraine to monitoring national climate pledges under the Paris Agreement, they're all doing excellent work. So in this context, let me briefly elaborate on 3 important points. First, why is it important that science informs policy? The science policy nexus is not new, but it has gained a new impetus. We all agree that scientific research provides a systemic and evidence-based understanding to various phenomena and challenges. And this knowledge is essential for policymakers to make informed decisions and tackle today's and future complex societal issues. So numerous EU policy initiatives have been influenced by research findings across various fields. And one notable example is the European Green Deal, which, as you know, is unmatched in its ambition to reach climate neutrality by 2050. Another example, of course, relates to the digital area and the artificial intelligence, which, as you know, is so fast and widely spreading. An important role will be played here by the scientific community, by scientists. In a recent speech of the Commission President von der Leyen, she particularly highlighted the role of the scientific community and the need of their contribution when it comes to developing the security, the standards and safety rules for using and uptaking the artificial intelligence. So for sure, the scientific community will play an important role and will be one of the key pillars when it comes to having an effective system of an artificial intelligence governance. So there are also other examples of how we science contribute to these points. Another example is the working document issued by the Commission last year, which looks how to support and connect policy making in the member states with scientific research. And this document calls for stronger science policy links, not only for strengthening evidence-based policy making, but also for strengthening our democracies and rebuilding trust in science, which has been, as already mentioned, put to the test by the numerous crises over the past years. And I'm particularly happy to mention here that MSCA is highlighted in the document as one of such enablers, as it can hopefully also serve as inspiration for science policy initiatives and fellowships at national level. Another example is, of course, also the conclusions to be adopted by the Council on strengthening the role and impact of research and innovation in the policy-making process. These conclusions, of course, will bring further momentum to discussing how to promote and more widely support science and policy. My second point is that communication skills are essential for effectively interacting with policymakers. As you know, this year is the European Year of Skills, and our aim is to undertake and promote actions which will help people get the right skills for quality jobs, as well as to support companies in addressing the skill shortages in Europe. So achieving this goal is crucial for boosting Europe's growth, competitiveness, and resilience, as well as for attaining the objectives of the green and digital transition. And once again, I'm very happy to know that the MSCA is making a valuable contribution, as it is particularly effective in equipping researchers with the academic and transversal skills they need to really make an impact. And let me give you a few examples, a few figures, which we have collected based on a survey we had with our MSCA researchers. First of all, 92% of MSCA fellows have increased their ability to build international and intersectoral partnerships, taking into account different cultural sensitivities, including amongst partners as different as scientists and policymakers. 88% of MSCA fellows have developed a wide range of communication skills which are adapted to different audiences, and 82% indicate that thanks to MSCA, they can convert their ideas into concrete results. So this is all a proof that effective communication skills are instrumental for researchers, including for interacting with and influencing policymakers. So indeed, the ability to share knowledge and convey the value and impact of research is essential for shaping policies, as well as this will be demonstrated during today's pitch competition. So moreover, building partnerships, working in teams together, and having collaborative problem solving lay the ground for reaching better results and creating more effective solutions to highly demanding and complex problems. And my last point, MSCA has a vital role to play when it comes to facilitating and promoting communication and cooperation between researchers and policymakers. We are, of course, very proud and happy that MSCA do a lot in that regard. So in addition to providing training to researchers, which helps them to connect to the policy world, we also co-organize with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission an annual science policy matchmaking event, which brings together our researchers and policymakers to discuss training and mobility opportunities, to identify the needs of policymakers and the available expertise in the MSCA and the broader research and innovation community to address those needs. So these events are just one of the many examples of the work we do in MSCA to strengthen the role of research and scientific output in policymaking. Striving to get the best available evidence to inform our decisions, we regularly gather and consult stakeholders on specific policy topics or program implementation aspects. We conduct policy and data analysis to better understand MSCA contribution and relevance vis-à-vis EU priorities and key thematic areas. And thanks to its bottom-up dimension, MSCA delivers in a wide number of scientific fields, and you will hear more about this in the plenary session and the workshops. The MSCA program has an obvious role to play in achieving all objectives. At the crossroads between education, research, and innovation, the MSCA spearheads many of these developments, including in setting good examples for research assessment, recruitment, and working conditions in line with the Charter for Researchers. So, looking ahead, in order to further strengthen and enhance the contribution of science to policy making, we need to take stock of what has been achieved by MSCA projects and research and innovation, and to inform future European policies for attracting, nurturing, and retaining research and innovation talents in Europe. We also need to reflect on what more needs to be done to fully exploit the potential of the program to support policy making. How could we better exploit what is already taking place? How can we better use synergies with other programs, not only for funding, but also for creating strong European higher education and research areas? Where are the gaps, and what more can be done to strengthen the contribution of the Program for Science for Policy? How can we work better together? I trust that the discussions today at this conference will provide answers to many of these questions. I very much look forward to the outcomes of your exchanges, which, as said earlier, will also feed our reflections on the future of the MSCA in the context of the next framework program for research and innovation. I wish every success to this conference and all participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonetta Angelova-Krasteva. And now the floor is for Raquel Llotti, General Secretary of Research at the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation. Invito al escenario a Raquel Llotti, Secretaria General de Investigación en el Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación.
Good morning, everyone. Estimado Antonio Mas, Director of Scientific Policy of the University of Castilla-la-Mancha, dear Antonieta Angelova-Krasteva, Director of Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation of the European Commission, representantes de la Junta de Andalucía, querido Ricardo, autoridades, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to participate in this opening session of this conference focused on the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, which is also one of the last events in our presidency, but it doesn't make it any less important. But as on the contrary, it is usually said, the best come last. So we are reaching the end of the presidency, and now, but focused on this conference, I'm going to switch to Spanish. Como todos ustedes conocen, el programa MSCA es el buque insignia de la Comisión y también de los Estados miembros para fomentar la movilidad, la formación y la contratación en el desarrollo de la carrera investigadora, yendo incluso más allá del ámbito académico. Este programa se caracteriza por fomentar la movilidad en tres dimensiones, ya se han mencionado, la movilidad internacional, movilidad intersectorial e interdisciplinar. Y entrando en el primer ámbito, el ámbito de la internacionalización, quiero destacar que esta dimensión, además de fomentar el desarrollo de una carrera más rica, es fundamental para generar un espacio europeo de investigación más abierto, más libre y con mayor impacto a nivel europeo. Y no solo a nivel europeo, porque también este programa es, con toda seguridad, el programa que más fomenta la cooperación y la colaboración a nivel internacional, más allá de Europa. Así, casi el 40% de los participantes en este programa eran de nacionalidad de países fuera de la Unión Europea en el programa H2020 y en total más de 8.700 organizaciones de 130 países participaron en dicho programa y viendo los datos de Horizonte Europa vemos también que continúa esta tendencia, de manera que podemos decir que es el programa más internacional de todos los que forman parte del programa Marco. Pero aunque quizá esta dimensión internacional sea la más conocida del programa MSCA, en España creemos que es igualmente relevante o incluso más el ámbito intersectorial. Y en este sentido podemos afirmar que ha sido y está siendo un programa muy exitoso en la participación de organizaciones no académicas. Y como otro dato, tenemos también que casi la mitad de los participantes en las redes de doctorados innovadores provienen de un entorno no académico. Además, la base y la filosofía de las acciones MSCA combinan el desarrollo de proyectos de investigación e innovación, así como el apoyo al desarrollo profesional del personal investigador, fomentando la empleabilidad dentro y fuera del ámbito académico. Y en este sentido me gustaría ir a la relevancia que tiene también el enlace entre el programa MSCA y la implementación de las políticas europeas y nacionales, que fomentan un desarrollo de carrera investigadora más amplio, más enriquecedor, y también quería subrayar la importancia que tienen las herramientas en las que estamos trabajando para convertir estas políticas en una realidad. Estamos muy orgullosos del trabajo que se realiza desde iniciativas europeas como Euraccess. Así quiero mencionar los programas de mentorazgo, la identificación y publicación de todas las oportunidades de empleo en investigación a nivel europeo y en concreto en España. Y de esta manera, trabajando juntos, todos los agentes del sistema de investigación, se facilita mediante una aproximación cercana y lo más amigable posible los diferentes itinerarios de desarrollo de carrera investigadora, así como las oportunidades que existen tanto a nivel nacional como regional. Y aquí quiero destacar el trabajo que lleva haciendo FECYT desde hace ya muchos años. Esta es la 6ª edición de la publicación del Career Path, que nos consta que está siendo de mucha utilidad para los investigadores fuera, dentro y, sobre todo, fuera de España. Y quería enfatizar también la importancia que tiene el enfoque interdisciplinar. Se está demostrando que, esto lo sabemos hace mucho tiempo, que unir conocimientos, recursos y perfiles diversos nos permite afrontar de una manera mucho más efectiva los grandes retos que tenemos ante nosotros, retos presentes y futuros. Ya Antonieta mencionaba algunos de los retos a los que hemos tenido que hacer frente, la pandemia y en este momento de multicrisis, muchos otros retos. En España vivimos también la crisis del volcán de La Palma, en la que la ciencia fue fundamental para hacerle frente. Y estos elementos son, de hecho, una de las bases de la temática propuesta para esta conferencia de la Presidencia Española, en la que se pretende explorar cómo la contribución de la ciencia a las políticas públicas puede ayudar a enfrentar estos retos. Y, de hecho, esta conexión, a la que también ha hecho alusión Antonieta de forma amplia, no voy a elaborar mucho más porque hay muchos de los elementos que ya se han mencionado. Sí quería decir que esta es una de las prioridades de la Agenda de Investigación e Innovación de la Presidencia Española y lo ha sido a lo largo de toda nuestra presidencia, pero además tendrá un reflejo muy especial en las conclusiones del Consejo que aprobaremos, esperamos, el 8 de diciembre en Bruselas. Hemos estado trabajando a lo largo de todos estos meses junto con el resto de los Estados miembros y creemos que las conclusiones van a reflejar de forma muy interesante parte de este trabajo que estamos realizando también con la comunidad científica. Quería, sin extenderme mucho más, también mencionar que esta conferencia, su contenido, está alineado también con las prioridades que reflejamos en la reforma de la Ley de la Ciencia, la Tecnología y la Innovación que se aprobó en el año 2022 y también con el Plan de Retención y Atracción de Talento que publicamos y lanzamos en junio de 2022 y que está en pleno despliegue. Hay diferentes ejes en este plan, no voy a mencionarlos todos, pero sí algunas iniciativas nuevas como el programa Atrae, que es de momento un programa piloto, pero que en esta primera edición estamos viendo ya cómo está resultando de mucha utilidad para atraer talento senior a nuestro país. También quiero mencionar que esto tiene una conexión con el plan de transferencia del Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación, para el cual es imprescindible contar con perfiles que combinen esas 3 dimensiones de internacionalización, multidisciplinariedad e intersectorialidad. Y para todo ello, el programa de trabajo que tienen por delante en esta conferencia incluye profundizar en un mejor y mayor entendimiento sobre qué es la ciencia para las políticas públicas. Tendrán la oportunidad de conocer algunas iniciativas ya en marcha, se compartirán las últimas tendencias a nivel europeo sobre políticas de gestión de recursos humanos en investigación e innovación orientadas a mejorar la carrera de investigación. Conocerán ejemplos de proyectos de investigación de MSCA actuales o recientes en los que ya se ha incorporado esta dimensión de políticas públicas y finalmente podrán discutir sobre características concretas del programa MSCA que permiten elaborar recomendaciones para que desde el programa se fomente aún más esta dimensión de transferencia científica, transferencia de conocimiento. Finalmente, espero que tengan también tiempo para disfrutar, para conocer la ciudad, para interaccionar en el programa social que se ha preparado, porque creo que todos sabemos que en esas interacciones más distendidas surgen también ideas tremendamente interesantes para crear comunidad y para seguir visualizando ese futuro que tenemos la responsabilidad de construir juntos. And to conclude, I want to thank all the people that are here today in Toledo and those who are watching us via streaming. Thanks to the European Commission for their active participation today and their support to the organization of this conference. A special thanks to the University of Castilla-La Mancha team for their fantastic hospitality. And last but not least, a few words to thanks the Ministry team, in particular to the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, working tirelessly over the past months to ensure we meet all the objectives and expectations of this conference, but also key actors providing fundamental and pivotal support for the successful implementation of the MSCA program in Spain. Thank you very much, and I wish you have a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Raquel Llotti. And now it's time to gear towards the fascinating debates that we are set to have in the next 2 days. The opening talk is really inspired to trigger the discussion on the topic that we are discussing here, so the interface between science and science policy. The title of the talk is The Relevance of Putting Science to the Service of Policymaking to Contribute to Advancing Global Challenges. So I invite on stage the speaker, Lorenzo Melchor. He's a policy analyst at Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where he connects and strengthens science for policy ecosystems across Europe. Let me tell you something about Lorenzo, which, by the way, is an old friend. He has a PhD in molecular biology and a long career in research on cancer genetics. He has received funding, among others, by the MSCA program. He has a master in policy analysis, and he has been science coordinator at the Spanish Embassy in London and science advisor and diplomacy officer at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, FECYT. So, Lorenzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michele. Thank you, Secretary General for Research, Raquel. Thank you, and welcome, Director in DG EAC, Antonieta. Vice Rector for Research or Science Policy at the University, and for sure, Directors of the Spanish administration, some directors and heads of units at the European Commission, and dear colleagues and friends. I have given the privilege to give this or deliver this keynote speech to talk about this topic. But before starting, I would like to understand better the type of audience I have here. So please, if you consider yourself a policy practitioner or a policy maker, could you raise your hand? Okay. If you consider yourself a researcher, please raise your hand. Okay. How many of you have received a Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action Fellowship in the past or currently? Okay. And the rest of the people, there may be other categories. Okay, thank you. Well, I was saying that I have the privilege to deliver this talk for 3 reasons. First, because it's the Spanish presidency, and you can tell by my accent that I am Spanish, so it's a great honor to be here. Second, because I used to be a Marie Curie Fellow in London when I was doing my postdoctoral research. I had 2 of my 7 years of postdoctoral research in London funded by this scheme. And third, because the topic is exactly what I am working now at the European Commission's Joint Research Centre. And it's how to ensure that scientific research has a bigger input in the policy-making process. So I'm going to make an effort to give you the whole framework of this Science for Policy discourse so that you can discuss further among peers during today's and tomorrow. So first of all, it's distinguishing very clearly what we are talking about. Usually, as scientists, most of the time we talk about policies for science. This is all to do with the planning of the research funding, the research and development and innovation strategy. It's about how to fund research programs, the research career, how it is embedded, the policies also with in the international European framework, etc. And in all these debates of policies for science, scientists tend to be very proactive. And most of the time, they are also sitting at the policy table as ministers, secretaries generals, secretaries of states, etc. So they are making those policies for science. But what we are talking about today and tomorrow, it's more about science for policy. It's how we can use scientific knowledge to inform policy debate on any other topic, not only restricted to research and development, but most importantly to social affairs, foreign policy, home security, etc. In there, the decision-making is the politician's responsibility, and usually this politician tends not to be an academic expert on the field, but rather he or she receives input, scientific expertise from advisors or from their engagement with the scientific community. Therefore, when we are talking about science for policy, scientists tend to be less proactive and more reactive. But it is true, and Raquel, the Secretary General for Research, has described it, that from time to time, from a ministry, you could put in place policies for science to promote better science for policy. But anyhow, we'll continue this. But science and policy are 2 different worlds. Most of the time, scientists, they are trying to understand the world, they are trying to solve problems by making scientific research, they like experimentation and discovery, they work independently of the political context most of the time. But when you are dealing with policy making, it's a different set of rules and incentives, the ones that are operating. Politicians and policymakers tend to behave depending on how to manage the world, how to solve problems in a service-oriented manner. They prioritize dialogue and judgment, and political context has a major weight here. So how do we bring together these science and policy worlds in such a way that scientific information can have a bigger influence in policy making? It's something that we keep thinking about, and definitely COVID-19 crisis has been a major wake-up call for everyone. All of us remember these times where we have prime ministers, ministers of health, and next to them there were scientific experts and scientific advisors providing scientific information to the policymakers, but also to the wider public to help us understand the implications of the pandemic. But we also saw loads of frictions when science and policy making are interacting. From scientists trying to advocate for a specific solution, like let's everyone be restricted at home, to politicians and political leaders undermining the credibility of scientific knowledge and also utilizing or shielding their policy making, simply saying, hey, this is what experts are saying, what experts are recommending. Blame the experts if you want, but we need. So, and there are very recent examples or analysis of how this science and policy interaction during COVID-19 crisis behaved or happened in different countries, such as Sweden, the UK, Spain, Greece, etc. I invite you to go online and start checking it if you are interested in that. So, but COVID-19 is just one of the many wicked problems and global challenges that exist. We can talk about aging of the population, we can talk about climate change, famine, inequality, poverty, etc. And in here, we tend to say science could help solve these global challenges. But let's not be naive. There are many more interests at stake. Scientific knowledge can help. I can invite you to check this policy report that an Horizon 2020 research project on science diplomacy, of which I had the pleasure to be a part of. We published the different enablers, stoppers, and warners of how to solve global challenges with the use of science. There are many stoppers that are related to scientific expertise. For instance, the mistrust of science, the lack of a structured policy engagement in scientific institutions, and the ivory tower culture. But most importantly, there are some diplomatic challenges there that are very difficult to overcome. One of them is the tragedy of the commons. It's how we could provide collective action to tackle certain global challenges. Climate change is the best example. There is some scientific evidence that are placed there, but countries don't get along about how to implement the solutions because there are many interests at stake, and we need to be aware that exist in order to play also in that policy-making arena. When scientists approach policymaking, they can perform 4 different idealized roles as per Roger Pilks Jr. in his The Honest Broker book, which if you haven't read it, I kindly encourage you to do so. On the one hand, we can have the pure scientist. The pure scientist is the one that is doing scientific research. Their most interest is undertaking their scientific research, and from time to time they are called upon to provide advice. They give the scientific information and they don't care about how this lands in the policy table. They don't pursue any specific way of action. That's the pure scientist. Most of the scientists fall within that category. The science arbiter is that type of technical expert who helps very much in the regulatory process to set certain standards, certain modelings, etc. Their role is quite technical to set those standards and those policies. And then, much closer to policymaker, we have 2 different idealized roles. The issue advocate, which is one that either for professional or for personal interests, when they provide advice and list a series of the recommendations, they are clearly advocating a specific solution, a specific way of action. Whereas the honest broker is this type of scientist or science advisor who outlines all different policy options with its pros and cons, but they don't really take part, they don't really advocate for a specific solution. That is the realm of the policymaker. And policymaking doesn't happen in a vacuum. There is an intricate process to make a policy from the political vision of the European Commission, when a new president starts its term, to the moment where this is translated into new laws. Okay? This is the intricate process for the EU policymaking process. And in several steps there are hooks for scientific information to come in. One of the best hooks that we have at the European level, it's the Joint Research Centre. This is the Science and Knowledge Service of the European Commission. It is like a ministry or like a Secretary of State in any of your countries. Just imagine there is a ministry or Secretary of State, which is the JRC, and it employs 3,000 people who are conducting scientific research based on the political priorities of the European Commission. So all the time, these JRC scientists are trying to provide information to the different services of the European Commission to improve their policies. We have 6 facilities across Europe. The biggest one is the one at Ispra, but we also have in Seville, in Brussels, in Gel, Petten, and Karlsruhe. And we depend on the Director General we depend under Commissioner Iliana Ivanova. And, well, as I said, we have 2,000 active scientists plus 1,000 managers and officers who are trying to build those linkages between the scientific research we conduct and the policy making our colleagues from the other DGs or the other Directorates Generals at the European Commission do. And for sure, we have different platforms for engagement with the scientific community, namely the knowledge centers and the competence centers on specific topics. Let me give you 2 examples why the JRC is such an exemplary science for policy body with case stories. So one, it's paradigmatic of the JRC being this body embedded in the EU policy-making process. Because of that, we accompany all the legislative and political process that comes along with a new policy. One recent example is the Nature Restoration Law that has just been implemented, and in here the JRC was supporting DG Environment from the very beginning to the end through working groups, inter-service consultations across the European Commission, etc. And it was accompanying this policy-making process by providing modeling, expertise, setting standards, and running different scenarios depending on the type of standards and regulations that were going to be implemented and how this could be affecting the future scenarios. The second example is like the JRC being used as an intermediary between the European Union and its member states. And one example is with Spain and the minimum vital income. Here in Spain, the OECD and also the European Commission was commenting that Spain didn't have any good minimal vital income scheme because the ones in place between different regions in Spain, they were highly different, and some of them very inefficient. The money didn't get to the people that needed it. So a collaboration between the JRC, the IREF, which is the fiscal authority, the National Authority for Fiscal Responsibility in Spain, and also the Ministry of Inclusion and Social Security, they came along together. And thanks to the JRC being there, the JRC was providing modeling and running different experiments, bringing in different economic models from different regions in Europe and testing them how it could affect in specific regions in Spain. This Euromod modeling technique was very helpful for the Spanish authorities to test it based on the fact that they didn't have a common standards to collect data. But the JRC did have those data. So we built these linkages, and the minimum vital income is now in place at the Spanish national level. It doesn't replace the regional ones, but it complements them. So here, 2 examples of how this happened. But going back to the COVID-19 pandemic, we at the European Commission realized that the level of scientific expertise or the scientific advice across member states was quite different. and to some extent that the scientific evidence was sometimes contradictory and patchy across member states. This was a wake-up call for us at the European Commission to start talking about how we operate in our science for policy ecosystems, how science and policy making comes together. And from the European Commission, how we could be helpful for member states to make this practice more institutionalized and better. And hence, we published this staff working document or commission document that has been referred before by Antonietta. And in this document, we provide a shared vision of, for science for policy. We identify the major challenges that I will talk about it in a bit. And it mostly serves as a catalyzer of an icebreaker to promote European and national debate on this subject, to see how we could improve it. And we identified 3 challenges for science for policy. The first one is the institutional environment, the fragmentation that exists across member states between scientific organizations and policy-making institutions, and even within policy-making institutions across administrative silos. There are diverse and rich ecosystems that requires better interconnectivity and connections. Around 7 out of 10 respondents to a survey that we put out there to 500 people, experts in policymaking and science, they were referring to the lack of connections and the lack of awareness of advisory bodies. Second is the lack of individual competencies, individual capacities. 62% of the people said that policymakers do not have data literacy or expertise to understand scientific evidence when they are presented with the evidence. And vice versa, around 64% of these survey respondents said that scientists lack communication skills to make clear messages at the right time and in the right setting to policymakers, to convince them or to influence the policy decision. And lastly, the third major challenge is that even though that we have a very good science for policy ecosystem and very competent scientists and policymakers operating, there are certain limits for science to play a major role in policymaking. Politics, the tragedy of commons, as I said before, and many other interests from societal, ideological, religious, etc., come into place and govern the decision-making process. So it is important to understand these limits and to set specific rules, transparency, confidentiality, etc., between scientists and policymakers when they operate with each other. But you can check these challenges further in that document, and we provided certain instruments and tools to help tackle these challenges in the document. To tackle the challenge of the limits of science in policymaking, we can refer to some of our books and policy reports that are part of our Enlightenment 2.0 research project. In there, we try to undertake critical research on the limits of science for policy, understanding how us as humans take our political decisions. Second, or the value, what kind of values we have, or what kind of identity we have, and it plays a role when dealing with scientific expertise. And also how we connect this science and policy bubble with this wider society. Citizen science, deliberative and participatory democratic processes, etc., play a role. You can have a look to those documents should you wish so. But in order to tackle the institutional fragmentations, for the last few years, we have been talking about science for policy ecosystems. And here we are talking about the use of experts in the public administration through scientific councils, scientific committees, ad hoc committees, government think tanks, the research centers that we can, or universities that we can call from the government to get some information. That is all use of experts in public administration. The second aspect is the internal capacity that a public administration has. Has the government a network of science advisors, network of data analysts, foresight units at the Prime Minister's office? Do parliaments have a science and technology office to provide a hook for scientific evidence in the parliamentary debate? And all of that. That's the internal capacity. And third, it has to do with all those processes that make the interactivity and the connection happen, the knowledge exchange happen. Call for evidence. Every new legislation, it has a call for evidence stage where you as a scientist or a scientific institution could provide the scientific information. Impact assessment, policy evaluation, randomized control trials in policy making. It's a great example of co-creation between policymakers and scientists to check which policy will be working best. Open governance, pairing schemes, fellowships in public administration, and so forth. At the JRC, we have conducted also some national exercises, a total of 16 workshops, to understand the quality of your science for policy ecosystem. We try to do a mapping of the system, and that's already a great ice-breaking exercise to get everything on paper and raise awareness about this ecosystem and these interactivities. We have published expert discussion papers to some of these countries, and we have launched a new reform project in 7 member states to undertake this analysis in a more detailed way. And what we can see is that ecosystems are rich and diverse, and they may require more interconnectivity. In here, you may not see, but different actors operate at an ecosystem with different complementary functions. In science for policy, as in any other aspect, there cannot be one ring that rules them all. We can have ministerial advisory councils, chief science advisors, independent research organizations, or the National Academy, and they will be fulfilling different roles in the science and policy interaction. Very recently, and Raquel had mentioned it in her intervention, we organized here in Madrid one of these pilot exercises to map the ecosystem in Spain, and simply by organizing this event, we put in the same room, all the key stakeholders in Spain that are working towards improving how science for policy operates in Spain. And there was a publication of one of these discussion papers that listed certain challenges that exist in Spain. I will not go into detail, but highlight probably the competence building in scientists and policymakers, because if you remember, that was the second challenge I referred to before. And in this example, let's imagine that a policymaker is in a balloon somewhere, she's totally lost, and all of a sudden there is a scientist there in the ground. And the policymaker says, "Hey, where am I?" And the scientists respond, "Well, you're..." Okay, was the information that the scientist gave to the policymaker useful? And similarly, was the question asked by the policymaker good enough? You can understand with this practical example that Lene Top, a former colleague at the Joint Research Center, engineered for our competence building exercises. You can understand the difficult competences and how they operate between scientists and policymakers. These are competence frameworks that competent policymakers and scientists need to operate need to develop further if they want to better cooperate. And for the policymaker, one of them is be future literacy and work with evidence, while for the scientists, they need to understand, or they need to be good at communicating, but also they need to understand how policymaking operates, who is the right person to talk to. And sometimes this is not the minister or the secretary of state, but rather the civil servant that is helping them, or the cabinet members. These competence frameworks are available online, and even there is a smartphone policy tool that you can take and you can run your own competencies. There are many other material online. The Science for Policy Handbook is totally free, available online. There is an online learning platform 1 hour long that you can take, and feel free to test your knowledge and your skills in this field. But going to the intersectoral mobility, most of the time when we talk about intersectoral mobility, we tend to say from science or from academia to industry or from industry to academia, and we tend to leave aside the public administration. But more and more, international organizations and national governments need people with scientific expertise, policy analysts, data analysts, as part of their public administration. The MSCA is a wonderful program. It has, as you will learn, or as you will know, many different schemes, postdoctoral fellowships, staff exchanges, co-fund, doctoral networks, etc. But there is limited participation of public administration in some of these schemes. For instance, public bodies represented only 1% of participation in MSCA under Horizon 2020. And this is in quite a contrast with the 6% of people, MCAA alumni, who are actually working afterwards in public administration after their Marie Curie fellowship. So how we can help get more public administrations to host MSCAs, either as a seconded or as a placement opportunity. We are actually exploring those options together with our colleagues from DG EAC at the European Commission. But this is something yet that we need to think about. Because there are, in other countries or in other regions, there are actually fellowships that are targeted for PhD holders to spend time in public administration. It's a project or a fellowship 1 or 2 years long and allows mid to senior career scientists to work at government, parliament, or any state institution. And this encourages their employability. 25% of the scientists who go through this program go back to academia with a different mindset and continue doing scientific research. 25% go to NGOs and private industry, but 50% of those fellows decide to stay in public administration and continue a career there. Fellowships for PhD holders to work in public administration, the most successful one and longest one running is the AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowship in the United States. Every year, 275 people are selected to go to different government departments. MyTax in Canada, it's around 20 a year. And here in Europe, UK has a wide variety of schemes like this. And in Ireland, very recently, they have launched a pilot exercise, and they are on the second call now for 12 scientists to be appointed or allocated at government departments for 1 year. In the EU institutions, well, we have a traineeship program, a Blue Book traineeship program, but only 6% of these Blue Books are PhD holders. Maybe a Blue Book traineeship is not the right instrument to target PhD holders, because it targets mostly recently graduate, recently masters, etc. But the PhD, I mean, if you have a PhD, it's very likely that you will get a Blue Book, but it's not the right mechanism. In any case, we also have the JRC Doctoral Partnership Program and JRC Scientist positions, but you will be working at the JRC, likely conducting scientific research. And we have other instruments, contract agents. You may become an expert working at any other DG with a temporary contract for 6 years, or you prepare competitions and concurses to become civil servant. But we need to do a brainstorming, and these couple of days are meant to do those. And let me tell you, Science for Policy is a new policy emerging at the level of the European Union. From the publication of the Commission document 1 year ago, in October, to a Compet Council debate that happened in December, an ERAC debate in May, June, a Commission conference last October, and now in December, the publication of Council conclusions by the Spanish Presidency, and one of the 3 priorities that are described in those Council conclusions is in relation to Science for Policy. So this is just an ice-breaking exercise. There should be more policies coming in the next few years in this field. But food for thought for you, for the level of the European Commission, it's, well, can we get more support for scientific evidence in this intricate policy-making process that I showed you in one of the slides at the beginning of my talk, in better regulation? How we can promote more mapping, networking and mutual learning among the European Union member states on the field of Science for Policy? Could we reward Science for Policy in the research assessments of our researchers? More training, how to deliver more training and improved support for intersectoral mobility, properly targeting PhD holders who want to spend 1 or 2 years at the public administration. For governments, national governments, have you got all the boundary organizations that link science and policy closer? And do you support knowledge brokers and honest brokers as a career? Do you support scientific institutions to develop policy impact units the same way that there is units for technology transfer at your universities or units for science communication at your universities? Have you got in your university or research centers a specific policy impact unit that supports your academic staff to have these networking opportunities with policymakers? Do you have any national fellowship to promote this intersectoral mobility? And do you acknowledge and give visibility to this practice? And lastly, for you, Marie Curie Fellows, scientific organizations, scientists, academic researchers, how do you promote platforms for learning and development for your members? Do you have any working group that work on Science for Policy, not for policy for science, in making sure that the scientific results from your academic membership has an impact on policy making in other aspects, such as social affairs, foreign affairs, etc.? Do you demand your support for Science for Policy at your academic institution? And do you produce policy outputs? Because academic papers are seldom read by policymakers. Do you have a policy brief, one-page document or two-page document that you could provide to your policymaker when you have a meeting with them? And it is very well written or not? Do you promote knowledge exchange activities in your institutions? Do you bring over policymakers to your center? I mean, these are food for thought. I cannot answer those questions. You, and I hope for the next couple of days, you will get some answers back home and you will help make a move to support and connecting policymaking in the member states with scientific research and promote these diverse research careers to tackle global challenges. Thank you for your attention and hope it was useful for you.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo Melchor. It was really a crash course in Science for Policy. I was frantically taking notes. Okay, so Lorenzo will be here in the coffee break and in the next few days to ask him questions and discuss. So now it's time really for the first lot of knowing each other, having networking conversations. So there is a half an hour coffee break. It will be outside, so I invite you to take your coats if it's too cold for you. And we are going to be back here at 11:15, 11:15, okay? So if you have used headphones, I invite you to leave the headphones at the entrance, okay? So see you at 11:15. Thanks. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. Now we're going to continue with a panel on how specifically the MSCA can foster the connection between science and policy. There are very interesting examples, success stories that we can mention, like, for example, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, IPCC, or, for example, Oficina C, which is the office that provides advice to the Spanish Congress of Deputies. But, of course, there are also a lot of barriers, challenges that we still need to overcome. So we have put together a panel that will discuss both these aspects, challenges and opportunities. And I would like to introduce the panelists. By the way, the title of the panel is How is Science Contributing to Shape EU Policy in its Mission to Confront Global Challenges? So the moderator of the panel, I invite you to come on stage, is Conor O'Carroll, founder and director of Sciple Services Ltd. Ireland, independent consultant on research and higher education focusing on research career development. He led and helped several European initiatives on doctoral education, and he's the author of a recent book, Towards a Global Value System in Doctoral Education. The speakers are Izaskun Lacunza, Director of Science for Policy at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology. She has a PhD in chemistry, and she coordinates Oficina C, this Office of Science Advice to the Congress of Deputies that I mentioned before. Then we have Maria José Sanz. She's the Science Director of the Bus Center for Climate Change. She has a PhD in ecophysiology, and she has been author and editor of several IPCC reports. She has leading roles in organizations like the Global Forest Observation Initiative and the European Union Joint Programme Initiative on Climate. And finally, Claire Morel, Head of Unit in charge of the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions at the Directorate General of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture at the European Commission. She has had past responsibilities on the Erasmus Plus program and in the relation of Europe with Eastern neighboring countries and Central Asia. So throughout this event, there will be plenty of opportunities to ask questions, make comments, debate, etc. So when the moderator will allow for it, I invite you to raise your hands and wait for a microphone in order to have your question streamed online. But since we have online streaming, we also have another possibility to pose questions, which is through Mentimeter. So you have a Mentimeter QR there, both for the people that is in the room and especially for the people that are following via the streaming. And at the end of the session, after the live questions, I will take care of posing the questions that come through the Mentimeter. So enjoy the panel.
Well, thank you very much, Michele. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, panelists. I think I've been to quite a number of Marie Curie conferences. And in fact, I'm a Marie Curie fellow myself. I did my PhD at a time when there were still individual doctoral fellowships. But this is the first time where one of these conferences has moved beyond looking at, let's say, the mechanisms of the program, of whether it will be better to increase the number of doctoral candidates funded or individual fellows. And the program itself, as has been outlined earlier on by both Antoinetta and Raquel, that sometimes it had the name of the bottom-up program. It was a mobility program. But I think the fundamental point, which is really important in this program, it is based on research excellence. No Marie Curie fellow, no Marie Curie scheme is funded unless it's founded on cutting-edge, outstanding research across all disciplines. And of course, in that sense, I believe, it gives this program and the researchers funded under this program a great advantage and a great opportunity to contribute to global challenges across all areas, whether it be climate change, whether it be issues of pandemics, whether it be issues of social importance. So today, we're going to discuss this, and we're going to look at specifically at Marie Curie in the context of global challenges themselves. So what I'm going to do, go back to our panel, and I'm going to ask each one of them to tell us a little bit more about themselves in the context of what they're doing and how it might relate to this. So, Izaskun, I'll pass to you first.
Thank you, Connor, and good morning, everybody. Well, as Michele said, I am one of the coordinators of the Science and Technology Office of the Congress of Deputies here in Spain, of our parliament. And this service was set up in 2021, but it was a very long journey, and I will have the time to tell you a little bit about the intra-history of how we achieved the office in 2021. And the service that we are offering is very easy to say and very difficult to achieve, probably. What we are trying to do is to better connect scientific evidence with the policy making in our parliament. And equally important for me, at least, is the other way around. We are trying to better connect the policymakers' concerns with our research community. We are a team of, sorry. So how we do that, we are a team of 7 researchers, and I will tell you a little bit later about the recruitment process because I think it's of interest for the topic of the conference, plus 2 clerks at the parliament. And what we do together with our advisory board is to present to our parliament every year a list of topics that the research community considers of essence for the country in the next 5 to 10 years. Out of this very first proposal from the research community, our parliament chooses 4 to 6 very relevant topics for them, and it's in that moment in which we start working in putting together reports which are completely interdisciplinary and contextualized in the socio-political context of our country, trying to offer the state of the art of research in a given topic. We are working in misinformation in the digital era, fires in Spain, neurodegenerative diseases, you name it, all sorts of topics that are of interest for our country. As you can imagine, the 7 researchers that are working there are no experts of every single topic of that. And this is part of the beauty of what we are doing, because we are somehow being an interface in between the research community and the policymakers. The way we do this report is by extensively reading the scientific literature and the policy documents around the topic, and with interviews to between 15 to 20 researchers on the topic, the best researchers on that particular topic from all kinds of disciplines. And with that, we put together, as I say, a report that tries to be accessible, yet very rigorous to our policymakers. And we presented those reports in the parliament, in public exercises, streamed so that the public can see them. But also we facilitate private dialogues in between researchers and our members of parliament. Our office facilitates that dialogue. And these are probably the most fruitful discussions because it's, closed doors and you can have open, honest discussions about the topic. And we also do some pairing schemes. We put together members of parliament with researchers because one of the things that we want to do is also work on the human side, because sometimes it's a matter of prejudice that researchers don't approach parliamentarians and the other way around. And basically this is how we work.
Thank you very much, Izaskun. And I think it's really interesting because if you remember when Lorenzo, he was talking about politicians and how they interact with scientists, but by getting that link directly, by building it up, I think it can be really valuable in that context. Maria Jose, would you like to tell us a bit more about something more, let's say, practical that you're involved in terms of...
Thank you, Conor, and thank you for inviting me to be here. I think because we are talking about careers, maybe I can illustrate my career first. I was starting to work with policymakers very early in my career. During my PhD, I was working on a very important environmental case in Spain, which was the impacts of one big thermal power plant in the ecosystems. And that was a project where we managed to get policymakers, scientists together and provide solutions on how to monitor, solutions on how to desulfurize the emissions and so on. And it was a quite successful case. So that was the local, regional level. And then I also contributed later on as a postdoc to, for example, the science evidence for the air pollution directives of Europe and the US that resulted in air pollution directives, the ones that we have now. and the ones that help to reduce or improve air quality in Europe, but also in the US. So I had a quite close relationship with policymakers, and at one point in time, I thought, well, maybe my problem is that I don't understand fully the challenges that the policymakers are having and how to communicate these things to society better. So I started a period in my career where I was a mediator in multilateral negotiations at the UN. And there I discovered that my environment in Spain or in Europe was far less diverse than the world is. And you really need to understand cultures, behaviors, beliefs in order to be able to dialogue, to mediate, and also to provide solutions that are prone to the context where the solutions need to be implemented. And in this context, I also contributed a lot to IPCC. I've been working on IPCC reports since 2003 until now, until the last cycle. And at the moment, I am a member of the Task Force Bureau for the 7th cycle. I mean, IPCC is in a very interesting space because it allows scientists to get together and discuss and openly tell what are your beliefs, your evidence, how you interpret the data you have, and then get consensus about how these interpretations and how you can shape the hypotheses and provide solutions and means for the policymakers to understand the scientific evidence. Of course, I mean, IPCC is very clear in the fact that we are not policy prescriptive. I mean, I think, Melchor said something very to the point in his speech. We are honest brokers. We have to be honest brokers because it's not our function to provide the solution that the policymakers need to adopt. Because it's not only our information what matters. It's not only our knowledge what matters to implement and define the final solution. Sometimes we have very good technical solutions. We can be perfect in the sense of that we have the technology, we have what we believe is the best solution for a particular problem in the context of climate change. But then there are obstacles, there are barriers. We need the knowledge of other brokers that it can be even the citizens themselves that can provide the knowledge which is necessary to implement these technical solutions. Now in IPCC, there is also a much more integration of social science, which I think it was needed. It was starting with economy, but now we have also other very important disciplines, like, for example, psychology. Behavioral psychology is becoming a very important discipline in the context of the discussions of the IPCC. And I believe that for the 7th cycle, we are really going to, turn around the point and see how, we can get closer to the challenges and, understanding better the context. Because we can downscale global solutions and pretend that those will work at the local level. This has to be done in other ways. So I think this is what we are trying to do at the global level at the moment. And this has to percolate into the other scales as well. So the center where I am now, and why I came back to Spain was because I thought we need to put in the same space with enough time many disciplines. They need to change their mindsets because they need to work together. And as you may know, because you are all, or many of you are scientists, that's not so easy. It's not so easy to put different scientists in the same room that are coming from completely different mental schemes in terms of disciplines and make them to work together. So what we are trying to do in BC3 is exactly that. And you can do that just in theory. You have to do that in practice. So this is what we are doing also. We are trying to find ways, avenues to co-produce, to support policymakers with real cases. And we have been working, for example, on the energy transition in Spain. We are also working a lot on cities. We are working on land use issues, trying to co-produce territorial visions with different stakeholders to see what are the best policies that may apply to these cases and what are the obstacles, what will be the enablers that will allow those policies to be deployed, and fundamentally, if there are any distributional impacts that can be foreseen, so that will allow to put the lever into the policy that will reduce the distributional impact and enhance the adoption. So, I mean, in a nutshell, this is what I can say about what we are doing.
Thank you, Maria Jose. Claire, you're far closer to Marie Sklodowska-Curie, so tell us a bit more.
Yes, well, thank you, Connor, and good morning to all. Indeed, my link to the Marie Sklodowska-Curie action is quite direct and obvious. I'm the head of unit in charge of these actions at the European Commission, in the Directorate General responsible for education, culture, youth, and sports. And we are working closely with the Research Executive Agency. So I'm here with colleagues both from the Directorate General, but we also have a colleague from the Research Executive Agency. And the role of my unit is to define the policies, to define the priorities of the program. We do this through what we call a work program, where we define those policies and we discuss them with the representative from the member states through what we call a program committee meetings. Plus, we have regular discussions with stakeholders, with the Alumni Association, with umbrella organizations during events like this. And every year, we're trying to improve our policy through this work program, which then develops into the calls to which you have participated and the different actions. And one of them, my objective today, as Connor said, is that there are still quite a lot of misconception about what the MSCA is about. MSCA is not only a mobility program as it's sometimes presented, and it's not, it has an impact not only on individual researchers, but also on organizations that are taking part in it, because let's say the good practices which are implemented through MSCA are also spread through the organizations and beyond. So I think the MSCA has really an effect on good practices much beyond the projects which it funds. I'd like also to say that events like this are important because, as I said, we get feedback and we regularly improve the program. And also another misconception is that we are a bottom-up program, so we're not contributing to policies or priorities of the EU, and I hope that we will manage today, me, my colleagues, to prove just the opposite. Sometimes I read statements like, despite being a bottom-up program, MSCA contributes to global challenges. I would say it's thanks to being a bottom-up program, it can contribute to all global challenges, and this is what I would try to prove today, and I think this is what also the introductory statement this morning have proven as well.
Thank you very much, Claire. I'm going to go back to Lorenzo's presentation. You're not out of the woods yet, and, because I think some of the points you made a lot of excellent points, and I thought one thing you said about during COVID, where there was diverse opinions coming out from the scientific community. Well, in a sense, that was a strength because it shows how science is iterative. It's not fixed. People they were reacting very quickly, doing experiments, trying to find out new knowledge in that. But perhaps that's something that the public need to understand, and indeed politicians, that there's no absolutes, that is, you must always keep going. Izaskun, tell us what was your impressions of Lorenzo's presentation?
Well, it was music to my ears. I think that we are completely aligned with the vision that Lorenzo presented from the GRC and all the difficulties and challenges that Science for Policy has. And he made me remember a few moments in the process of putting together the Science and Technology Office and in the Parliament that somehow, showed how researchers can have a much more active role in the public life and debate, and I kind of call for it. So I told you that we were created in 2021, but we started advocating for a Science and Technology Office at the Parliament for 4 years before, because you can imagine how difficult the process it was. We had to convince all the political parties. In between the process, we had new elections. You need to start convincing new people and so on. But the whole process cannot be explained without a few researchers that were in their labs and that identified a gap in our country. We didn't have a Science and Technology Office in the Parliament, and they started somehow promoting the idea that we should have one. And it all started in social media, and it was a huge reaction. All the scientific community in Spain agreed that we needed something like that. And all of a sudden, there was, the agreement of hundreds of institutions, ours as well, the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, that supported that civil movement. And this is my first reflection, right? are we sufficiently, I mean the research community, are we sufficiently involved in the public life, public debates of our countries, regions? I think there's room for us to be much more vocal. And I'm not talking about your specific discipline of expertise, but trying to contribute to the public good. And I mean, you can actually do it. We have a very successful story in Spain. And the other thing that Lorenzo was mentioning was the capacity building, not only individual, but also institutional, and we witnessed that very much during the process of the creation of the office. So when we signed the agreement with the Parliament, because the office is offered through an agreement with my institution, it was 2 coordinators in the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, me and my colleague, and we had a budget to hire 5 people. This was our budget. And it was a beautiful moment because you have, you can build something from scratch as you wish, select the people you want to be working with. It's a dream. And we were discussing what kind of profiles we would need. And we agreed for sure that we needed PhDs because, I mean, the amount of scientific literature that they had to review was going to be enormous. They had to interview researchers from all disciplines, some of them very relevant, very well known. So that was an agreement. But after that, once you start profiling the type of person or professional you would need, we realized that we were painting somebody that didn't really exist, at least in our country. At least we couldn't actually ask for any particular work experience. It was very minor, Yes, we could be hiring somebody from the GRC, but we wanted to be more open. So we very soon realized that we were, as I said, profiling a professional that was pretty new in our country. So we decided to go, instead of working for too much work experience or being too picky in that, we decided to go and try to find people with the competencies we wanted. So we were pretty open in the application process. We were calling for PhDs with 2 years of experience after their PhD in any kind of sector, and we tested them a little bit. So basically what we did was an exam during the application form, and we gave them 6 different papers, policy documents, but also papers and so on, and we asked them to write a policy brief in 1 hour time. We had over 500 applications for 5 positions. And this we interpreted as a high interest from the scientific community to be much more involved in the public process. I mean, it was impressive. It almost killed us, the process itself. And we have a wonderful team. And what kind of people we were looking for? We were looking for people that were super rigorous scientifically, but also open enough as to be reading other disciplines from other things. I mean, I told you before, we are working in things that we are absolutely ignorant when we start working on that. But we are confident enough that we have the capacities, the strength, the training as researchers. But they also need to be talking to members of parliament. And they also need to be writing in Spanish, because usually science is written in English, right? And our reports are written in Spanish, and not only a different language, but also a different type of communication. So that would be another reflection. Are we fit for purpose as researchers, or could we be training another layer of researchers being able to do this interface? And I think that MSCA has a lot to say there. And just to finish, I think that Lorenzo made a very strong point, and I can only agree on that, which is this is not only on the researchers, because we try, every time we want to change something in the research community, we look at a particular researcher, asking you to know about open science, to know how to communicate, and so on. I am a strong believer of diversification of careers and specialization a little bit, but also on institutions taking responsibility. I think that institutional-wise, there is a huge gap to take responsibility of. We need to be connecting much better with other stakeholders. And we like to think that we are promoting that in Spain through our scientific advisory board, because they are the main institutions of our country are sitting in our advisory board, and together we are starting to learn what we are doing, because this is my last point. We are learning. I mean, myself and my colleague, my other coordinator, we know very little about the policy-making process. We are learning because nobody ever in our training as researchers taught us how to do that. And we are, enthusiastic and we are training, but I wish I would have had much more training on policy making.
Thank you, Izaskun. Maria Jose, what would be your reflections on Lorenzo's presentation?
I think it's the first time I've been seeing all this together in a way that illustrates what are the challenges and what are the beauties of interfacing with policy makers. And I think it was also quite interesting to see how not only policymakers but society was also mentioned somehow. I believe that we need more, more capacity building in that direction. I think that one of the issues that we have, perhaps, is first to look into our own community of scientists and develop common languages. As I said earlier, one of the things that I'm really missing is spaces for debates, for scientific debates, to get consensus ways to communicate complexity without losing it. Because one of the challenges in the pandemic was that we were trying to communicate things that were very complex, and sometimes they were oversimplifications, which led to different understandings by different people with different values and beliefs. And I think we cannot afford that those days. We need to find a way to get the scientific community, the disciplines together, sort of agree on how we're going to communicate things without losing the complexity, without losing the sense that science is complex. We don't know everything, but we know a lot. But what we know can contribute to improve and solve problems like the pandemic, like climate change, and so on. But if we don't have those spaces, what is happening basically is that we have scientists communicating different or limited aspects in isolation. And sometimes this is perceived by society and even by other scientists as interpretations of the truth or, oversimplifications that are not scientific. And I don't think we can afford that. So I believe that what Lorenzo was saying goes in the direction of creating those spaces, of creating careers where we have figures that are breachers. They breach the communities, they breach the disciplines, and they breach the society and the science. And those profiles are as important as the pure scientists. Because without that, we won't be able to communicate properly, and we won't be able even to communicate between ourselves, between scientists. So in that regard, I really appreciate many of the points that were made there. As I said, there have been global efforts to do that in climate change is IPCC, and yet we see it's quite difficult. So it's not so easy to build this, and IPCC is operating for 7 cycles already of 4 or 5 years, and we are yet in the infancy of sometimes understanding each other and working together and portraying this knowledge to the society in a way that they can assimilate through a language that is made by scientists but for other stakeholders.
Thank you. Claire.
So Lorenzo's presentation was also music to my ear, in particular when you mentioned the issue of intersectoral mobility, which, as you know all, is at the heart of the MSCA. And when we talk about intersectoral mobility, which we promote very much through our programs, including now with financial incentive, for example, with the postdoctoral fellowship, where we give the possibility to the postdoctoral researcher to have an additional 6 months at the end of their research. If they go to a non-academic sector, we have the tendency to say that this non-academic sector is a business, it's an enterprise, it's an SME, it's industry, while it's much more than that. In fact, our researchers can be mobile to any non-academic organization, including administration, national, regional, local administration. And I think, as Lorenzo mentioned, this is something on which really we need to adapt a bit our communication, because we still don't have enough researchers doing their mobility within MSCA to a ministry or to a public, any public administration. So I think what I take from Lorenzo's presentation is that this is something where we must improve. And talking about communication and names, we also have an industrial doctoral program as part of our doctoral network. We call it industrial doctorate, but in fact, it's open to any type of non-academic partner. So if any of you have a better name than industrial doctorate, I would be interested to know, because it's true that I would say that the large majority of our industrial doctorates are including partners from the industry, because probably of the names, although it could have partners from any ministry, public administration, etc. And it represents only a very small proportion of these non-academic partners. So if you have an idea of a better name, I would be very interested to know.
Okay, thank you. I want to wind back a bit, and to the point that if you take it from the perspective of an individual researcher, a doctoral candidate, postdoc, they're consumed with their research. They're consumed with whatever they're doing. They would usually feel quite distant from anything to do with policy. So, in a sense, there's also a need, in a sense, to convince your researchers to do this. So, Izaskun, so why and how should researchers contribute to global challenges?
Well, I mean, I think that the why is obvious. I mean, there's, and Lorenzo made a strong point about that and how much science can contribute to these so-called weak problems. I mean, scientific knowledge can certainly contribute to addressing global challenges, and sometimes science generates new problems and new policy situations that need to be addressed. So the why is the philosophical question is addressed. But why me as a researcher concerned with my own career should be addressing global challenges, or should I care about getting closer to policymakers? I always call for the personal responsibility of each of us. I mean, we are working for a reason, and what better reason than addressing global challenges? But I understand that everything is against working like that, because research is very individualistic. We were discussing it, Maria Jose and myself, and the kind of knowledge that you want to offer to policymakers is not your research yourself. It's, a piece of work that many people have been working together, the state of the art of something. So it's a little bit against the idea of my research, my fight against my colleague, and so on. So it's intrinsically very complicated. So probably we need to be thinking on changing the incentives to be a researcher. Recently, we had a discussion with a soon-to-be Marie Curie fellow, and she wanted to work with us in the Oficina C, in the Science and Technology Office of the Congress, and we had a meeting with her, and I believe she was a microbiologist. And she was thinking on starting working with us like 36 months after the discussion. And she wanted me to assure her that there was going to be a work on microbiology in the office at that time, because she's worried about her CV and so on. And I told her, that's not going to happen. I don't know. First of all, if we will be alive in 36 months. No, that's a joke. But second of all, if we keep working, maybe we are working on, I don't know, fake news. And you will be incorporating in a team that is working on fake news. And she declined our invitation, and I understand, because in a way, the way we are assessing research, it would be understood as something out of her, her main CV and so on. I think that's a pity, because, I mean, for that particular researcher to spend 6 months with us would allow her to achieve a huge amount of new knowledge, new ways of understanding how the parliament works, and so on. So I certainly think that we need to be thinking on how we are evaluating research and start changing things and acknowledging other types of contribution. Yeah.
Thank you. Maria Jose, do you think there's enough awareness among researchers themselves as to why and should they contribute to global challenges?
Well, I think they are aware that one of our missions is to contribute to global challenges. I guess what they are not really aware is on what sorts of means and could be there for contributing to global challenges. And I think what you cannot think as a scientist is that because you're working on a tiny fraction of something, you're not contributing to a global challenge. Because the contribution to global challenges, it has to pass through the fact of integration of knowledge. And we are a society that has more data and more knowledge than ever, and less capable to solve problems in an integrated manner than ever. So I think that's very important. The scientists have to understand that the social challenges are huge, and every tiny bit of knowledge they can contribute with any type of experience they have at different scales, where we have governance issues, where we have social issues, and we have where we can discover new things, is fundamental for solving global challenges. So I think it's important to, again, you know, those days I'm repeating myself so much that I feel I'm a bit stupid, but we need spaces for everyone to be recognized as part of the solution in science. And we need spaces for dialogue, we need spaces from brainstorming. I'm really missing that. You know, I'm deeply embedded by bureaucracy and by project-based approaches that are consuming most of our time. What I'm really missing is space for discussion, a space for mentoring, a space for sharing the experiences of the ones that we're old, right, with the young scientists. And I think that's fundamental. And with these, we will increase the awareness that they are, you know, useful for society. I have some experiences recently in my own institute where, you know, people is declaring that they feel impotent. They don't see how they can contribute. I think this is a very bad sign. If they don't recognize themselves as part of the solution, even if the contribution is very tiny, we are not really fulfilling our function in society.
Thank you. Claire, in the spectrum of funding provided by the European Commission, in particular in the framework programs, there's always been this very clear distinction between the targeted ones, whatever they're going for, you know, whether it's health, whether it's society, whether it's whichever sort of target there is. Now, in the mix of all that, there's Marie Curie, the bottom-up program. So how do you see that the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions can contribute to global challenges and science-informed policy?
Well, as I said, I don't see a contribution between the fact that the MSCA is a bottom-up program and that it wouldn't contribute to big global challenges. MSCA is a program with a very rich scientific content, and it's not only a program that promotes only the mobility of researchers. And how do we do that? How do we ensure that our researchers contribute to these challenges? First of all, as I mentioned, we offer the possibility to participate in placement, in secondments, not only to academic organizations, but non-academic organizations, including all sorts of policy-making bodies. Together with the GRC, so the Joint Research Center of the Commission, we've organized already twice in a row an event that has become now an annual event where we bring together representatives from national, regional or local public bodies together with potential future applicants to MSCA, to bring them together and hoping that we will develop future collaborative projects, so allowing them to present both the national or the public administration present their needs, and hoping that amongst the people, the young scientists who participate in these events, there could be a sort of match-making possibility. You've heard this morning when Lorenzo told us that under Horizon 2020, there was only 1% of the non-academic partners that were from public administration, but under Horizon Europe, we see that this percentage has already raised to 7%. So I think that events like this have an important role to play in raising awareness about the fact that MSCA can also promote cooperation with public bodies. We're working as well on showcasing the impact of MSCA in different thematic fields. And this is why what we call the feedback to policy that we've started a few years ago, and trying to see not only in a quantitative way, but also a qualitative way, trying to show how the MSCA project contributes to different policies of the EU. For example, the research and innovation missions, the Green Deal. We've organized as well what we call cluster meetings, where we bring together policymakers working on specific fields together with our researchers. We've done one on the Green Deal, on fighting against cancer, on artificial intelligence, for example. And in 2021, there was a study carried out by independent experts looking at all the publications that had been done with projects funded under the Research and Innovation Program on the issue of coronavirus and the COVID-19. And we saw that out of 3,000 publications, most of these publications were coming from, of course, the health part of the program, but MSCA and the ERC, the European Research Council. So without imposing thematic priorities, we see that nevertheless our researchers are tackling topics which are global challenges. And I'd like to say that this work that we have started on feedback to policy, it's very time and resource intensive. So this is why we have launched, we will launch at the beginning of next year a new call for proposals to have an external organization helping us map all these scientific fields and the contribution that MSCA makes to these important global challenges.
Thank you. I'm going to stick with you for a moment because I was just taking that to the next step and wondering how could you see policy being better integrated into the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions? You know, for example, the way open science has been put in under the excellence criterion when the proposals are being evaluated, or indeed making it for researchers on the Marie Curie actions.
So I think here there is a fine line between imposing a new requirement and respecting the bottom-up dimension of the program, and introducing a bit more red tape. Because every time we want to introduce a new requirement linked, for example, red tape. Because every time we want to introduce a new requirement linked, for example, to the sustainability or to the supervision, etc., we are told, okay, we're happy to have guidelines, but do not introduce new requirements because our researchers are already overwhelmed. So, and the bottom-up dimension of the program has been highlighted as the most valued. Now there has just been a midterm evaluation of Horizon Europe, and this bottom-up dimension has been valued as really something that the researchers and the research organization value the most. So we have to be careful not to introduce maybe new requirements as the one that you've just mentioned. However, we have a number of let's say, policy-targeted action under MSCA, which are not only the 5 actions that were shown on the slide this morning. We have what we call coordination and support action, where we are targeting our support. For example, we have one for our international cooperation. We have one on academic freedom and researchers at risk. We have one on policy feedback, which allows us, on top of the more, let's say, bottom-up action, to a little bit have a more policy-oriented contribution. You mentioned the basic feature of the MSCA, which are, of course, this intersectoral mobility and cooperation, the very good working conditions, etc., the excellent supervision. And you mentioned open science, which is part of the excellence criterion when selecting projects. But this open science includes outreach, it includes science with and for citizens. It includes outreach beyond just society, but also to policymakers, how to influence policy making. If you look at the new work at the new, how you call it, the new program guide for Horizon Europe, you will see that in the impact section, there are examples on how to influence policy-making discussions, on how to participate in national and international debates. So I would say that even though there is not a criterion which is called, contribution or to policy making, I think it's already well covered there. And to give you a last example, we carried out a survey on let's say the sustainability of our projects, because we've introduced a green charter recently, and we've asked our projects, are you aware of this green charter, which introduces new, let's say, sustainable way of carrying out R&I? And less than 50% of the respondents were aware of this green charter, and less than 50% also were aware of the European Green Deal. But still, more than 60% said, okay, we're not aware, but we know that our organizations have put in place measures to make our R&I activities more sustainable. And what they are asking us is not necessarily to introduce a new criterion or to a new evaluation criterion, but they're asking us, please provide us with more guidelines on how we can increase our practices. So what I would say is that I think, although it's not mentioned as a criterion, it's already there.
Okay, that's very clear. Izaskun, what do you think would, taken into account what Claire said there, and something you mentioned as well about the fact that that person you mentioned, the microbiologist, they knew that if they spend time with you, this wouldn't be valued as part of their career. So what do you think is needed to help, what are researchers missing to encourage them, to incentivize them to engage more in science-informed type policy or addressing global challenges?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking when listening to Claire speaking that I can only agree with your idea that maybe it's not a good idea to include yet another criteria for the evaluation of individual applications. And this brings me to the idea of professionalization. I mean, I don't think it's even doable, neither a good idea, to expect all of a sudden all the research community wanting to communicate with our policymakers on their individual capacity. It's asking you too much, and it would be crazy, a nightmare. Imagine, we are working with 350 members of parliament. We have 120,000 researchers in the country. It doesn't even... So I think that it's good that the research community, we are aware that it's important that our research has an impact in policy making and that we are much more connected to the reality of our societies when doing research. Even the slightly more basic research, there's always a way to connect it somehow to the social reality. This is one thing. And another thing that I think it's equally important is that we start professionalizing a little bit the concept of science advice. And I am optimistic because when I see the policy discussions at the European level, I can see that we are opening up a little bit the idea of addressing only researchers in our policy discussion to other type of science professionals. In the new European research area, there's a particular action, still in its infancy, but interesting itself, which is addressing research managers. At the moment, research manager is everything that isn't a researcher in an institution. There's much to be discussed and much to be, there's a huge taxonomy that needs to be developed. But for the first time, I want to see an interest in professions beyond research. And I think this is crucial because each of us has our own capacities, our own interests. There's people that would love to be pure scientists and that's it. But we need to be creating different layers of professionals that interact and create those spaces that Maria Jose was saying. And equally important, those layers need to be mobile. For instance, the team I was telling you about in our office, they were researchers until 2 years ago. Now, if they wish to come back to academia, they are going to have a hard time. And you cannot believe it's unbelievable, right? Who on earth wouldn't be interested? I'm thinking on institutions, who on earth wouldn't be interested in a researcher that has spent 2 years working for the Spanish Parliament? They are going to have a hard time if they are crazy enough to want to come back to academia. So I think that those layers need to be mobile, and we need to start defining better what a researcher is, what a research manager is, what a science advisor is. And I mean, without being rigid, but starting to, create a much more rich ecosystem than the research community as a block.
Okay. Maria Jose, would you have any other incentives you would see that would drive this?
Well, following what Ichazo was saying, I think it's important. All those profiles she's describing are important. There is a challenge on how to put them in an ecosystem that works together,
as well.
which recognize that pure scientists produce basic knowledge, which is very relevant, as well as other scientists can produce knowledge, which helps this basic knowledge to be put in a context which is much more complex. So I think that's important. I wanted to say 3 sentences. Quantity, no. Better quality. I think it's also important that there is a learning plus exposure cycle. I don't think that the scientific career is linear. I don't think it's an exponential career where you start with 0 publications and you end up with 100 publications per year. I think you need to be exposed some period of your career into the context where you want to contribute with the knowledge you want to produce. And finally, I think it is also very important that we give the opportunity to all scientists to be trained on soft skills, and some of them will become, interested in the profiles that Ichaskun was mentioning. If we don't provide these opportunities, all scientists will follow this linear, definition of scientific career we have now. I think she's right when she says that many scientists which could be extremely good on those profiles are reluctant to continue, and they do sometimes very brief experiences, and then they say, oh yeah, but now I don't know anything in depth, and therefore I'm not a scientist anymore. So I want to go back and be recycled into a specific issue. I think this is a mistake. I mean, we can't afford to lose those profiles. But if we don't recognize the value of those profiles, then of course no one wants to do this, unless there's rare animals like me that I don't really care, so I can do whatever I want, and it's not a problem for my career. But I think those are the things I will say it summarizes. And I mean, the Marie Curie can offer the possibility to really build this ecosystem much better in Europe. So I really encourage the Commission to really go in that direction and try to ensure that everyone and all the scientific community and the policy-making community and even the citizens understand that the science ecosystem is more than a scientist in the lab.
Thank you very much, Maria Jose, because I think we're going to move to a new thing, and I would see this as very positive news in the context of what we've discussed this morning. Now, hands up of those of you who know about the European Researchers' Charter and Code of Conduct for the Recruitment. Right, there's going to be a new one. Well, there was a new proposal launched by the Commission in the summer. The good news is it will be decided by the Council of Ministers this December. So this is really positive news because it's along with the new concept of a new research career framework, which in fact, when you look at it, incorporates all of the statements, essentially the wish list, excuse me, the wish list of Ichaskun, of Claire, and of Maria Jose this morning. And it really is a jump forward because it is now incorporating aspects of policy, including open science, research integrity, reformed research assessment, a very different view of researchers. And, sorry, to emphasize it, this is not just for Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. This is a broad researchers' charter. So I think this will actually be very, and by chance, Ichaskun here is one of the authors. She was very deeply involved in the drafting of this document. So, Isaskun, what do you think now? What do you think of the elements now of this new charter that are really going to support and incentivize researchers?
Well, so to start with, I think that the piece of work that we worked on, the one that was written 15 years ago, was already very visionary and very nice piece of work, and was already addressing some of the things that we are discussing. And what we have tried to do in this revamped version is to build on this vision of the concept, and by merely sometimes reorganizing the values, trying to explain that the Charter and Code is a vision for the European research values, which might be simple, but it's not. I mean, the way that research is done in Europe is particular, and we need to put that into value. I mean, we are talking about open science, research freedom, gender equality, research integrity. There's a number of values. I'm not saying that other regions are not also obeying these values, but are European for sure. And we wanted to put that together in the first chapter of the Charter and Code to make us all aware that we are talking about a vision of a continent on how we do research. And the other thing that probably is also new, or at least it goes deeper into the idea of all these ideas that we've been discussing about. I think it's the very first time that the Charter and Code recognizes the concept of teamwork. We were discussing the concept of teamwork. We were discussing it for a few meetings among member states, and we really wanted to put that on the table because for this particular issue we are talking, addressing global challenges, there's no single researcher is going to be able to do it alone, and we need to start thinking on a way of working which is teamwork. It can be dreamy, but I honestly believe that is the only way that we can address this. And by recognizing this idea of teamwork in the Charter and Code, it's one more brick into building this new concept of doing research in Europe. And I think that's pretty attractive.
Good, good. Claire, now one of the aspects of the new Charter and Code is essentially a reformed research assessment, and this, of course, is based on the Coalition for Research Assessment that started over a year ago. Now, one of the aspects here I think could be quite interesting, and I'd like your opinion on that. And now is that in research assessment, it says support for evidence-informed policy making is going to be incorporated. So, do you see, that really will help change how things are done?
Well, I do. I think it's really a good step in the right direction. We will need to see as well now concretely how this work of researchers, their attempt to collaborate and to contribute to policy making, how will it be rewarded in organizations? I think this will be the next steps. I think it will be interesting to see how this will be rewarded. As you said, the MSCA has at its heart the Charter and the Code of Conduct for the recruitment of researchers. And it has, I think it's really thanks to MSCA that the principles of the Charter have been known, have been spread, have been used in organizations, not only within an MSCA but much wider. And we will continue to support, obviously, the revised version and the updated version of the Charter. And when it comes to COARA and to the new way research is assessed, I would say that in MSCA it was always the case. I think MSCA has always recognized the diverse dimension of a researcher's career and the diverse outputs of their work. So both as mentors, as the teacher sometimes, as preparing applications, etc., contributing, communicating with policymakers, putting in practice open science practices. This has always been the case when evaluating the profile of researchers. We were not only looking, not at all, only at their publications. So I think that MSCA has always, applied these principles and will continue to do so. as I mentioned earlier, I think that if you look at the program guide of Horizon Europe, you will see that the policy contributions are rewarded in the impact, under the impact criterion. So there is a long list of different ways in which researchers can contribute to policy making. And there has been as well a shift between Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe in the way the issue of valorization and dissemination is perceived. I think in the past, this was seen as something that was happening at the end of the project. You do your project, and at the end, you will do something, a bit, to disseminate the results. Now, the issue of communication, to a wider public, disseminating the results should take place at the very outset of the project. There has been really, I think, a mentality shift between the two programs. Finally, I think we mentioned communication. We are really pushing very much. I mean, you know that there is a strong skills development and training dimension to the MSCA, and let's say, communication to policymakers, to society. I think it's one of the, been discussing with some of the young researchers who are here today. I hope that most of them went through this type of training on how to communicate, to policymakers, knowing that they're very often not speaking the same language. And we also are sometimes organizing this type of training for our researchers, and this is something as well that we need to develop further in the future.
Thank you. And just before we move now to questions, I'd just like to make one point, which is really interesting. Izaskun talked about the new charter has been developed within Europe, but the OECD released a report this summer on research careers, etc. And remember, the OECD includes countries like Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Japan, United States, Canada, so it's a much broader research community. They have 7 recommendations. When I read the 7 recommendations, I just thought, hey, this is the new charter. There's very little difference. There really is a congruence between the two. So what we talk about in Europe, what we see there. Now, it's not to say there are other systems, there are other countries which struggle to retain their researchers to bring them back, but that's a whole other discussion. But the point is that the key underlying issues around research careers are global. Now, Michele, are you going to come up and join us here? Because it's now your opportunity to ask questions.
Okay, so there's time for one question from the floor and one question for the Mentimeter. We have only 5 minutes left, so I will start with the question from the Mentimeter. Okay, so there is a question for Claire, in fact, mentioning the Science and Enterprise panel. It was a success. The person that is asking the question says the Science and the Science and Enterprise panel was a successful tool for increasing non-academic participation. Why has it been stopped? And are there any considerations to bring it back in the next framework program? Thank you. And whoever wants to ask a question, please raise your hand.
Yes. Well, I mean, we see that there has not been a drop in the participation of enterprises since we stopped this panel. I mean, it's a different way of doing it, but even without this panel, we're seeing an increase in the number of the participation of non-academic partners, including enterprises. So we have found, let's say, different ways of increasing the participation of non-academic partners and enterprises, including through financial incentives, including through promoting much more, for example, the industrial doctoral programs. We do it in a different way, but we see that there is no drop in the number of enterprises in the participating in the MSCA.
Okay, thanks. So any questions from the floor? Okay, otherwise there is one more from the Mentimeter. This is not for anybody in particular, so whoever can reply. Any advice on how to motivate individual researchers in field with high employability rates, for example, machine learning, who get snatched by high-paying companies to pursue a career in policy?
Yeah, well, we are suffering from that problem because in our institute we are developing a new technology based on semantics and artificial intelligence, and so we need highly qualified programmers. And of course, they get much better salaries in the private sector, which doesn't have this vision at all, but rather more selling you in the internet things through artificial intelligence. So what we have been doing is basically providing them more flexibility, more space for developing their own ideas. And what we get is basically people that is been working on the private sector. They are really tired of the environment in the private sector, and they come to us and find a much more enabler environment for creativity. So I think there are ways to incentivize that obviously are not only the salary. We will never be able to compete with industry salaries. So we have to find other ways that, let's say, improve the welfare of these people.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. So I would say maybe there's time for one very short final statement from each one of the panelists, if you want, and then we move to the next section.
May I?
Please,
yes,
that's good.
Well, I just wanted to reinforce how Conor started this panel, and I wanted to congratulate Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions for taking, the opportunity to discuss about these issues, because there's certainly a momentum, and you couldn't miss it. And I really hope that you find ways to integrate science for policy and better addressing global challenges within the program. And I think you decided to run this conference in the perfect moment. So congratulations.
Great, thanks a lot. I think that is a great closing for the panel. So thank you and let's thank again the panelists. So I invite you to go down in this direction. Okay, thanks a lot. So I have one practical issue to mention. Apparently there is one translation headphone missing. So if anybody has forgotten to bring it back, please do it. And then now it's time to really tap on the creativity of this community, on your creativity, in order to explore and expand how science and policy can interact based on the knowledge that is created by the MSCA community. So in other words, it's time for our pitching competition. So what happens in the next 2 days, it will be a round of 3 pitching rounds, and the pitches will come from 15 Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions Fellows or alumni that were selected among 170 candidates. And basically what they will do is that they will tell us, research topics, projects, social initiatives, ideas, products, services, whatever, that is related to the topic of our meeting, okay? So this interface between science and policy. So the structure of the pitching will be as follows. There will be a 3-minute pitch for each one of these 15 candidates. And after that pitch, there will be a live question from the members of the jury. I will introduce the jury. It's a really high caliber one. And the pitches are divided in 3 categories. The 3 categories explore 3 different approaches, 3 different visions of the interaction between science and policy. So at the end, the jury will select one winner for each category, but pay attention because there is a 4th prize that will be selected by you and by those that are following us online. So there will be a Mentimeter link that will appear shortly behind me, in which you will be able to vote which one of the 15 candidates is your favorite one, okay? So first of all, let me introduce the members of the jury that sit here in front of us. So Pablo Camacho, Science Outreach and Engagement Officer at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, FECYT. Antonieta Angelova-Krasteva, Director for Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation at the Directorate General of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture of the European Commission. Then we have Izaskun Lacunza, that we have seen now, Director of Science for Policy at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, FECYT. Then we have Thomas Huchalik. He's an industrial PhD student at the biotech company Encardia, MSCA Grant Fellow, and former winner of the Falling Walls Lab contest. Then we have Antonio Mas, Vice Rector of Science Policy at the University of Castilla-la-Mancha. We have heard him this morning. And Fernanda Bajanca, chair of the Marie Curie Alumni Association. And finally, last but not least, Graham Wilkie, who is the head of the MSCA Co-Fund and MSCA Citizens projects at the European Research Executive Agency, REA. So, the first round of pitches, which we will have it now, is called Contribution to Wider EU Policy Priorities. And in this category, we will hear contributions from MSCI projects to those political priorities that are central to the current European Commission policies, like, for example, the Horizon Europe missions or the European Green Deal. So I remind you how the dynamics will work. I think the candidates are already ready there. So you will have 3 minutes for your pitch. I will be here, and when the 3 minutes are over, I will wave my hands in such a way that you know that it's done. And then there will be one question from the jury. I will ask who wants to ask the question and the answer will last 3 minutes more. And at the end, I will also wave my hands. So please stick to the timing and don't exceed it. So we start now with the first pitch by Conor Shaw, Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action's early stage researchers at the University College Dublin. And the title of the pitch is Built Environment Sustainability Policy, Making It Work in Practice. Welcome, Conor.
Mic check. Make sure this thing's flipped the right way. Can you hear me okay? Yes? It's fine. I'm waiting for the timer to go on, but I'll just get cracking. Escúchame. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the kind introduction. Yes. So, I am willing to bet that all of you have been involved in a building project at some point in your life, whether that was renovating your kitchen or building some elaborate sandcastle. You all know that construction requires bringing together diverse skills all to work towards a common goal, maybe apart from the sandcastle. But it's this perspective on complexity which leads me to believe that the way we're going to solve the wicked problems facing our society, like climate change, is through multidisciplinary research. I'm going to show you in the next few minutes how my research crosses disciplinary boundaries in order to solve making built environment sustainability policy workable in practice. I'm going to show you how my research is driven by 3 of the top 6 EU priorities: the Green Deal, the digital transition, and economics for all. But why construction? Well, it's been a historically inefficient sector, and it's not because we're just lazy. It's a complex interplay of humans, nature, and really big objects, a system of systems interacting together. For this reason, it's of great importance and it can be a big impact. In fact, it makes up a large proportion of our global resource consumption. But one of the main problems in construction is that the decisions are made usually based on very limited information, just the construction costs. But the science, which I'm involved in, life cycle costing, we know that the majority of resources are actually being incurred throughout the life of an asset. This science challenges our human characteristic of short-termism. And for that reason, it underpins quite a lot of the European Union's sustainability mechanisms, like the Green Deal. But there is a big practical challenge in the built environment. And it's that the information available to policymakers, from policymakers to the practitioners, is, in the best of cases, vague, and in the worst cases, downright contradictory. My research provides the first open source IT blueprint, which practitioners can take and help to navigate some of the complexity with that kind of reporting. It's really easy to use, and I know this because we've tested it extensively with stakeholders, including policymakers, through the Marie Curie Fellowship and secondments. The idea is that my work can be attached to existing standards and make the already envisaged political plans workable in practice. So it leaves one question, really important question, and I'd like the audience to participate perhaps if you have an idea of the answer. What do you think it is that this 6-year-old who I coerced into making my slides for this presentation, what do you think they were trying to communicate with this image? Does anybody have a guess? Shout it out. Climate change, okay. So this has become a symbol of the evidence of climate change, the polar bear on the ice cap. But I'd like you to take 2 things away from today. The first is that when we're talking about evidence-based decision-making, we need to be aware of what's going on below the surface. And the science I'm involved with can help us do that. And the second thing is, and I know you all have the ability to influence policy and fund research, please consider funding multidisciplinary research. You've heard it all this morning. A way to do that is by making sure that research aligns with multiple political priorities. Thank you.
Thanks, Connor. One question. Okay, Izaskun.
Thank you, Connor. Very nice presentation. And I liked very much how you made the point. I just wanted to double check whether I understood correctly about the system that you have developed. I'm guessing it's kind of a translator in between the policymakers and those that need to comply with what the policy is saying. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, okay. So I'd say it's a harmonization, yeah, between policymakers' top-down reporting and what practitioners are actually doing at the bottom up. So It's a huge harmonization effort needed, and this is one step of that.
Okay, I see. And who would be, what kind of professional would be the one doing this harmonization? Would you need new professionals?
You're looking at them. You're looking at them.
And
no.
would policymakers and practitioners need to be trained somehow?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I think everything I heard this morning from the panel really echoes just that point. And to be honest, when I got involved with the MSCA 3 years ago, that was kind of the message they were giving us. They took us from somewhere we were real comfortable, like construction, and they threw me into computer science. And I, to be honest, hadn't opened my laptop for 2 years before taking the job. I'd been working on a construction site, so I'm not the technocrat. But what I realized there was we need to have these middle people able to speak with developers, software developers, and able to speak with construction professionals in my discipline. But yeah, I think that's where MSc can come in. We're getting that kind of cross-training. It's really uncomfortable. And I try to kind of bolster my colleagues and say, you know, we need to become a little bit comfortable with discomfort. And that's part of the process. But certainly discomfort's there.
Great, thanks a lot. Thanks for your thoughts. And let me, so you are invited to take your seat. And let me call on stage the next candidate, Esmeralda Colombo. She's an MSCA postdoctoral fellow at the Euro-Mediterranean Center for Climate Change in Italy, and her talk is called Why Storage?
I have a 2.5-year-old daughter. This summer, I explained to Freya what I do. I work for nature, I said. I work for the sun and wind to store their energy for when they go to sleep. This is storage. We often think of batteries, but there are multiple ways to store energy, even elevators, green hydrogen. Who would say that energy topics can just be so interesting? So why storage? Coal, gas, nuclear depend on a switch. They're dispatchable at will. Instead, solar and wind come and go with the rotation of heavenly bodies. They are variable. The grid needs to integrate them, and storage allows for it. If you've wondered how energy systems can be 100% renewable, this is the technology you've been waiting for. Not only do we need to triple the renewables by 2030, we also need to grow storage 100 times globally. This is why we need to really store energy and turn it into electricity. I don't just work for nature, I also work for law. I'm a lawyer at heart. The problem with storage is there is not enough legislation. EU rules are scattered. The only dedicated documents are from the Commission from this year, and they are not binding. This is why I'm standing in front of you today. With my redesign projects in 2 years, I'll present the Commission with a storage bill, the first dedicated document in legislation to renewable energy storage, for the EU to meet the need for over 200 gigawatts of energy storage by 2030 and 500 gigawatts by 2050. This will hit wider political priorities, at least 3. The Repower EU targets, the 42.5 renewable share by 2030, and the net zero target in the European Green Deal by 2050. Member states will get a one-stop shop of targets and incentives. I'll interview 60 experts to include the best mind in the bill design. Of these, 50% will be women. But is this enough? We need people to make the bill. We need to include women. This year, the European Year of Skills, I co-started an expert network for women in green energy and finance, Green Power Plus. In the world of brown jobs, workers were mainly men. At Green Power Plus, we believe as a goal that 50% of storage professionals should be women. GP Plus tackles the social side of the Green Deal. It's a net zero industry academy to upskill, reskill, retain women, but it's also an AI-based matchmaking platform between top women talents and industries looking for a new hire. In this way, not only will we be a stronger union, but there will also be many more fantastic people joining me in saying to their daughters, they work for nature. Thank you very much.
Okay, one question from the jury, please. Graham.
Graham Wilkie, Esmeralda, congratulations. You mentioned your daughter, and I'm interested because you wrote a paper earlier this year called The Politics of Silence, Hannah Arendt and Future Generations Fight for the Climate. How do you ensure that your daughter has a voice for a problem which is going to affect her much more than it's going to affect us?
Right, thank you for your question. So, of impact. If my daughter will have the education and self-confidence to know she can make an impact, she will have that voice. But on the other hand, we need institutions. That's why I wrote this paper. It was mainly based on climate litigation, but from litigation, we need also to know how we can better up our institutions in sense in terms of representation. So democracy is not just an election every 4 or 5 years. I think that younger generations can be really empowered because they are more aware of the climate problem and they may be better aware also of the energy solutions in my case. So I will definitely talk to my daughter about all the potential of renewable energies so that it's not really dragging down the positive narrative. It's fundamental to let them represent themselves. Thanks.
Great. Thanks a lot, Esmeralda Colombo. Okay, so the next candidate is Linda Brondnicke. She's an MSCA PhD student at ETH Zurich in Switzerland, and her pitch is called "Can we optimize the energy transition?"
Yes, so today we're talking about whether we can optimize the energy transition. And for that, I want to give some context. I'm an engineer by training, and throughout my education, I was given lots of tools, really useful tools, amongst which there's a magical wand called optimization. And this is really fantastic because if we have a research question such as how can policies drive the energy transition, we can go ahead, collect lots of input data such as energy and technology prices and energy demand profiles. Then we can run our mathematical optimization model and it will tell us something such as if we increase the carbon tax by X%, we expect a Y% decrease in system emissions. So this is all fantastic, and let's look at what this would look like as an example. Let's say we have a family called Family Ruralia that lives in a suburb of Zurich, and they have a nice garden and a huge roof. So when there's a new subsidy for solar panels called the feed-in tariff, they go ahead and install one on their roof. So this way, they're not only able to reduce their energy-related emissions by 3%, but also their energy-related bills go down by 5% because they are receiving the subsidy. So this really sounds like a fantastic policy for people, doesn't it? However, there's one important aspect that we're forgetting when we're looking at it this way. And we can understand this by remembering how it was last winter. Because when I think back to last winter, I had to buy some extra sweaters because suddenly the temperatures were toned down everywhere, not only in my own home because we're trying to preserve energy to contribute to solving the energy crisis, but also in the office and everywhere else. And that was okay because first of all, I did have the money to buy warmer clothes. And second of all, I did that voluntarily. But if you also think back to last winter, maybe you remember a person or a family that had to turn down their temperatures more than they wanted to. Not because they wanted to save energy, but because they were frightened by the high energy prices and they were worried that they wouldn't be able to pay their bills anymore. And this is energy poverty, and this is a real problem. So we need to remember that different people are impacted by the same policies in different ways. So if we have, for example, a second family called Family Albania, they might not have the space for solar panels. So they're not able to decrease their emissions, and their energy bills rise significantly because retail rates might rise. We can contrast this as engineers through optimization with other policies, such as a carbon tax, which might reduce emissions more uniformly, but also increase cost for people, and then we need to start talking about how we allocate this extra revenues from the carbon tax. So what I want you to take away from my presentation today is that we do have this magical wand called optimization, which can be super useful for policy design. However, we should use it with care, and we should keep other objectives in mind, such as energy equity.
Thanks, Linda. One question from the jury. Okay, Thomas?
So you mentioned Family Urbania and Family Ruralia.
Yes.
From your work looking into optimization, if you would present it to these imaginary or real families, what do you think would be the most surprising aspect of optimization as a tool for them?
For the families themselves.
Yes.
That maybe there are impacts that they don't realize that policies have on their lives. For example, the impact on the retail rates, that we can quantify ahead of introducing the policies, that we can at least give an estimate of how they will be impacted, and that the retail rates that they face are not a given, but that they're influenced by these policies that they might not even be aware of. There's actually quite a low awareness of certain policies.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you.
So the next speech will come from Martin Costa, a Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions PhD student at KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden, and the pitch is called How Sound Can Keep Us Healthy. Welcome, Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my pitch presentation, How Sound Can Keep Us Healthy. I am Martin Costa, and I'll be taking you to the beach. A beautiful one, no doubt, but you'll notice it's contaminated by plastics. And what if I told you that most of them you actually can't see because they are micro and nanoplastics? Unfortunately, they've been found in our blood, lung, heart, and even in unborn babies. You might think this problem is slowing down, but today we produce more than 400 million metric tons of plastic, a number that will increase to 1,500 by 2050. Right now, in a best case scenario, we will mismanage 10% of them, but if nothing changes, this number will be closer to 50%. And everything we mismanage reaches our oceans, degrading into more micro and nanoplastics. We have to keep our drinking water safe of these contaminants because their health risks are not at all well understood. And you as policymakers, you will protect our environment, our future, and prepare our economy for a sustainable future. But how will you achieve this when there is little to no information about microplastics as they get smaller, more dangerous, and also harder to monitor? That's where my invention comes in, the EcoGrid. Invented at KTH as part of the MON plus ITN, it captures all microplastics below 50 micron using sound waves. It does so 20 times faster than other solutions and is compatible with modern spectroscopy, giving us a chemical fingerprint of our sample. In this experimental work, you can see many colors, but what I see are different types and sizes of microplastic captured by sound, ready to be analyzed and cataloged, so you, the policymaker, know their origin and where to act with evidence-based policy at the level of production and disposal, supporting many policy priorities of the EU, such as the European Green Deal. We want a circular economy of plastics, zero pollution and climate neutrality, which you will notice is intimately connected to many of the Horizon EU missions. 3, restore our oceans and water, and 4, create climate neutral cities. Other directives and strategies, many of them hinge upon us understanding more about these contaminants, and in doing so we will become a stronger Europe in the world as we become leaders in sustainable plastic use with strong regulation infrastructure. This will promote our European way of life by protecting the health and economies of future generations in this changing world. Many other sustainable development goals of the UN are supported by this ambition as we prepare all 3 pillars of our planetary crisis. This is a monumental task, and we must rise up to face it. This is not about my project, microplastics, or any device. This is about you, your health, and the health of all generations that will follow. This, my dear colleagues, friends, and fellow members of our European Union, this is how sound can keep us healthy.
Thanks a lot. Questions? One question. Fernanda?
Thank you, Martin. What are the main obstacles that you foresee to bring the results of your research into concrete actions from policymakers at this point?
That's a very good question. It's, from my technical point of view, it becomes very difficult as we go from microplastics to nanoplastics. Right now, we have developed many techniques that allow us to capture from 20 micron to 1 micron and even go down to 100 nanometers, but the area is so dense in knowledge that it will be quite difficult from a policy perspective to try to capture everything in the best way possible. So right now, what I believe is the best approach is to know what are the types of microplastic and nanoplastic that are most common, for example, in our drinking water, and act on that, on those industries, in the sense that now already there is legislation on tire production and investment, so we reduce microplastics coming from them, and also textiles. So I foresee that other industries also need this kind of attention to be compatible with the sustainable future.
Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Martin.
Thank you so much.
And now the last candidate of this session, Marina Shevtsova. She's an MSCA postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, and her pitch is called Untold Stories, Experiences of Ukrainian LGBTQ+ Refugees in the European Union Member States.
Thank you.
Let me tell you about my dentist. My dentist is so good. I actually left Ukraine in 2012, and since then, every year, I would go to Kyiv just to have my teeth checked by her. Not anymore. Last year, as Russia invaded Ukraine, my dentist, who happens to be a lesbian, took her partner, their dog, and they left the country fearing for their safety. They went to Poland first. In Poland, she would be allowed to practice. However, you know, Poland is not the best country for LGBTQ couple, so they decided against staying and went instead to Germany. In Germany, to be able to work, you have to master German until C1 level. So this is something she's been doing for the last 2 years, and probably will spend another year or a year and a half doing so. Just imagine how many people she could have treated during these years. Yet my dentist has chosen to give up, for the meantime, on her professional ambition for the sake of having freedom of being who she is. Do you think that this is something common for queer refugees from Ukraine? Well, through my research, as I talked to dozens of them, I discovered it's not that straightforward. Let's look at another couple. A couple from Kharkiv, a city in eastern Ukraine, two highly qualified lawyers. Now they live and work in Slovakia and Bratislava. They work at the factory. Their work is so physically demanding that they don't have time or energy to learn Slovak language, which means that their job opportunities are quite limited. Slovakia doesn't recognize same-sex marriage. It means that they have to pretend they're sisters or friends or colleagues. I asked them why to stay, why do it to yourself, why not to go to Germany, to Netherlands, Sweden, you name it. And they said, well, we have a son, and for our son's psychological well-being, it is easier to be in Slovakia, where language is similar to Ukrainian. He picked it up quickly, he has friends, he loves his school. So it's okay, we will hide who we are, we will work at the factory, we will be tired, but we are caring parents. In the last 2 years, we all saw how the EU member states were incredibly generous and welcoming towards Ukrainian refugees. Yet also my stories tell you and show you that while all those countries were doing spectacularly in some regards, they were failing all those people in many others. And I believe that this lack of communication and lack of informed common action between public institutions of member states, NGOs, and academics that created situations when all those people are facing difficult choices. How would you choose if you could only pick one? Are you a woman in love with another woman? Are you a mother? Or are you an ambitious professional? In the European Union, the union based on values, are those the choices you want these people to make, we want these people to make? I don't think so. Instead, I believe that together, policymakers, civil society activists, and researchers like myself, we can develop better solutions. Let's do better together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marina. Question?
Thank
Pablo?
you, Marina, for your talk and also your research. I was wondering what happened with the countries that are receiving war refugees when they take a step back on LGBT rights and human rights. What happened with these communities?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we know what happens. These communities, those who can afford it and who can be, who can use the mobility, the right for mobility, they often choose to move to other EU countries. But this is a privilege. This is a privilege not for everyone, for many reasons. Not all has employability in other countries where there is a different language and so on. Some people go into hiding if they can be straight passing, and others just suffer marginalization, discrimination. But I also would like to stress that this is not only about queer refugees I'm talking about, and not only about these vulnerable groups. This is just a story to illustrate how people with some differences from the crowd, so to say, from the society, can be suffering, because statistically the numbers are showing that Ukrainian refugees are doing great, but they aren't.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Marina. Well, this is so exciting, isn't it? I have the feeling that my brain has been showered with many very interesting ideas, and now we will have time to process it. So thanks a lot to the candidates. Thanks a lot to the jury. It has been a great first pitching session, and we are going to have 2 more, one this afternoon and one tomorrow morning. So be prepared have your brain prepared to be showered even more with great ideas. So now we will leave the Mentimeter open for a couple of minutes more. Let me remind you that you need to cast a vote for each one of the candidates in order to have your Mentimeter filed, okay? So while the jury will make their decision on their own, remember that there is a 4th prize that is given by the audience, and please take the opportunity to cast the votes for each one of the members of the pitching session. Okay, so the morning the morning session of the conference is almost over. This afternoon, so now there is lunch, and this afternoon from 2:30 to 4 p.m., there will be 3 parallel sessions that will explore, once again, 3 different angles on how the MSCA can contribute to the interaction between science and policy. So the idea of this session is really to foster your participation. We really would like to hear your recommendation in all these three aspects on how to really improve, increase, strengthen this sort of bridge the distance between these two worlds. So the topics of the parallel sessions, let me remind them to you, and also the locations. I understand you have picked one in your when you signed up for the conference, so bear attention to the location of your own workshop. So the first one is the intersectorial dimension of MSCA. And so you will hear there about experiences of collaboration between researchers and the public administration sector. This workshop will be here in the Paraninfo, okay? The second workshop is MSCA from global to regional. So participants will discuss how international network of scientists can work to tackle global challenges together, starting from their local experiences, okay? So this will be in the Aula Magna, which is next to the cafeteria. We will have lunch in the cafeteria, so it will be close to there. Workshop 3 is called MSCA and Inclusiveness, and here you will hear about and talk about best practices to achieve a multicultural environment in institutions and have specifically efforts to help refugee researchers. This session is in Salón de Grados in Edificio Sabatini, which is not far from here, from the Paraninfo. Okay, so after lunch, please go to the location of the workshop you have picked when signing in. So now it's time for lunch. Food will be served in the cafeteria. There is a 1 hour slot time for lunch. Then there will be the workshop. After the workshop, there will be a coffee break, and then we reconvene here for the afternoon session at 16:20, okay? 20 minutes past 4 p.m. So I think that's all. If anybody of you have this headphone left, please give it back at the entrance, and bon appetit, enjoy your lunch. Thanks.
Hola a todos y buenas tardes y willkommen. Tele mas, bienvenue. Lascavo prossimo, calo iritale, benvingut, benvinga, wanyin, alambik, baruchaba, and hoş geldiniz. So I would like to welcome everyone from different languages, and I could not cover all. And so thank you very much for being here. I hope you had a great first day and the lunch. So bienvenidos a todos. Thank you very much for coming at Toledo, the MSCA Conferencia de Presidencia de España, MSCA Diverse Research Careers to Tackle Global Challenges. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to warm Spain, the beautiful city Toledo, and the workshop of international intersectoral dimensions of the MSCA. ¿Cómo estáis? Bien? Perfecto. So, I define MSCA, Marie Curie Association, as a family, and a family of a multicultural community, but the grand family is the MSCA action itself. The action brings researchers and institutions, private and not, starting from Europe to other continents, valuing the diversity and equity around the world together under a single umbrella, aiming to develop research and innovation for healthy and wealthy society now and in future. So welcome once more, and let's get to know each other. And just before that, please be with us, share your thoughts and comments and questions when the time arrives, and please put your phones on the silent flight mode because we will get high and the technicians might complain about this. So, and then I'm Murat Güneş. I'm the chair of Bridging Science and Business Working Group of the Marie Curie Association and researcher at Institute of Microelectronics Barcelona in Spain. So today we have privilege hosting a distinguished speakers who bring a wealth of expertise and intersections of academia and public administration. I would like to welcome to Anouk Lafortune, DG EIC MSCA Unit European Commission, Jesus Rojo, Fundación para el Conocimiento Madrid Plus D, Spain, Eduardo Oliver, Center for Biological Research, CIB C6 Spain, and Ciencia el Parlamento, and Anna Berti Sumon, Joint Research Center, European Commission, Italy. So we have also a reporter. I would like to mention Christian Canal, welcome. Deputy Head of International Research Cooperation, Department of the Estonian Research Council. So together we are going to provide an in-depth description of how to maximize the public administration in MSCA initiatives, fostering productive partnership and promote win-to-win for all parties. So I would like to introduce the first speaker, Anouk Lafortune. The European Commission's policy officer is involved in MSCA unit focusing on the postdoctoral fellowship action and other horizontal topics related to the program objectives, including academia, business cooperation, research careers, and assessment. Lafortune holds a doctoral degree in social sciences. Welcome, dear Anouk.
Thank you.
So you are an accomplished policy officer with years of experience in academia and non-academic organizations, MSCA. So you witnessed and also facilitated collaboration between academia, industry, and of course the public administrations. So you have a deep understanding of the synergies that can be achieved through such partnership, and can provide practical advice how to navigate the complex dynamics between these stakeholders. So my question is, can you please give us short information about, first to know, who is MSCA and the intersectoral participation in MSCA action, focusing on the mechanisms for non-academic sectors and public administration, for instance. Stage is yours, please.
Thank you, Murat. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, so I wanted to start with a couple of figures. You'll hear, I think, a lot more figures in the next presentations. And actually, there has been it's been mentioned this morning by my head of unit, Claire. So a bit of a spoiler this morning. But yes, one of the key figures that we have is that indeed public administrations, public bodies only represented 1% of participation in MSCA under Horizon 2020. So there are possibilities to participate, but the participation under age 2020 of public bodies was quite low. We can compare it with, this morning we compared it with the Age 2020 program where you have about 5%, public bodies represent 5% of participation. You can also compare it to the wider non-academic sector. In MSCA, we are, non-academic sector represents 30% of participation, to including over 4,800 companies, but only 1% of public bodies. You can also compare this 1% to the share of researchers that end up working in academia. And actually, you see that it's a much larger share of our former fellows. Depending on the surveys that we do, in the MCA 2020 survey, it was 6%. In our and the fellowships questionnaires, it's more closer to 4%. But you see that we have many more fellows that end up working in the public sector, but that do not acquire directly the experience in public bodies via MSCA projects, or only a minority of them, the 1% participation. So why is it important to MSCA? For us as a program, we have, and this was again mentioned this morning, but we really have this dual objectives of supporting excellent science in all fields of research, a bottom-up program, but also the second objective is to support the training, skill development, and career development of those that are conducting that research, of the researchers themselves at all stages of their career. And for that, another core word for the MSCA is one of the ways we do this is through mobility, is by sending researchers to different institution, organization internationally, but also exposure to other sectors, and that includes public administration, especially if the research has policy implications. And so one of our objectives through MSCA is to strengthen those collaborations beyond academia with other sectors within our projects, and set this as an example for training programs and for research programs in Europe and beyond. Now, how we do this in MSCA, we have our core 5 main actions. I won't go into details. I think we know them well. I'll focus particularly on 4: doctoral networks, postdoctoral fellowships, the staff exchange action, and the co-fund action as well. And as part of those 4 actions, there are different ways for public administrations to participate. They will vary, the type of participation, the type of activities, of hosting arrangements they can have for fellows can vary, does vary from one action to the other, but there are plenty of opportunities, just like any other organizations from any sectors, whether academic or non-academic. So the next slide summarizes a little bit the opportunities that exist under the different actions. And one of the opportunities, the first one, is that obviously they can recruit a fellow under MSCA project. So they can act as a beneficiary that receives direct funding and sign the grant agreement and recruit a fellow for a postdoc fellowship, or, for instance, as part of an industrial doctorate where they get a fellow for 50% of the PhD. That's an option. Now, that's not necessarily, this is open, beneficiary is open to all sectors. There's a restriction in terms of a geographical restriction, so it can only be organizations from EU member states or Horizon associated countries, but it is open for public administrations. Now, we don't see that often, and that might be that there are, that the incentive for being a beneficiary, like receiving direct funding, versus also the cost of it, there are more administrative burdens, etc., for managing the grant, managing the funding, may not be what suits the best a public administration. But there are other opportunities, like being the second option is to be a third country fellowship host, so hosting, for example, outgoing phases of a postdoc fellowship. That's also an option, and that would be open for public administrations from third countries, for example. for third countries only. And that is also open to all sectors, so including public administration. Another option, which is probably the most widely available for public administrations, are to be secondment hosts. So to host researchers for a length of time as part of secondments in their doctoral program, in their postdoc program, or also as part of staff exchanges. And that's available in all the different actions with slightly different conditions depending on the action. And finally, we were talking about this morning, but there is also a novelty under Horizon Europe, which is the non-academic placement host under the postdoctoral fellowship. And this is the new incentive that we have to encourage non-academic participation in postdoctoral fellowship, because it is the action where we see the least non-academic participation. We used to have the incentive of the Society and Enterprise panel that was mentioned this morning. We changed this in Horizon Europe for this opportunity of a placement host. And possibly for public administrations, for example, an advantage of the placement host is that you are an associated partner. So you have less administrative burden. You don't get direct funding, which might be an incentive for businesses, for SMEs, more than for public administration. And so it's rather than the Society and Enterprise panel, where you get a fellow for 2 years, yes, but you have to deal with the management of the grant, the reporting to the European Commission, etc. That is not something that many public administrations are familiar with, and is an extra burden for them as well. So you have those different, this new incentive under postdoc fellowships that is different from what we had before, but that might be particularly of interest for public administrations. Now, I think one of the challenges that we have is we do have these flexible opportunities under MSCA, but there's maybe a lack of visibility, but also one of the challenges, and that was again mentioned this morning, is to find each other. When you're a policymaker, when you're a researcher, working in a university, working in a public administration, where do you meet? Where do you meet to come together to prepare a proposal for MSCA? And for this, we've developed a variety of tools. We have the MSCA matchmaking platform by MSCA Net. We also have tried to organize, notably in collaboration with the JRC, so with Lorenzo, our keynote speaker from this morning, in a matchmaking event where researchers and policymakers can meet to maybe find a match for preparing a proposal. So here are just this slide was just a little food for thoughts in case to show you a bit of the options that there are. But there is obviously more that we can do as part of the program, and that's also why we're here today, is to listen to new ideas and new thoughts. So thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
So, thank you very much, Anouk. It was a very interesting talk you gave, and it is clearly seen that the public body's participation to the MSCA actions is just 1%, which is quite low. And we also know the importance that, excellence to the science from bottom up, that MSCA take the actions. And also MSCA is now already has started acting, providing these tools like map matching. So thank you very much once more. And state-of-the-art participation of non-academic sector, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Jesus Rojo. Jesus, the head of the European Program Unit at Foundation Madrid+D, and he has been involved in various international projects and initiatives, including the Enterprise Europe Network Spain, and serves as national contact point for Spain entities and applicants of the MSCA calls. Welcome, Jesus. So you have been involved in several international projects, initiatives from different fields such as space, environment, security, regional integrations, international cooperations, like quite impressive CVs. And you have also served as an NCP that promotes the MSCA actions in Spain. So you have years of experience of these projects and collaborations, EU-funded projects, facilitating collaborations as well. So I would like to ask you, who is the non-academic sector we are talking about? So it would be great to talk about this. So the stage is yours.
And I will go here because I can move my head. Thank you for the introduction. I will explain. The first topic is what is the non-academic sector. So in order to analyze and understand the approach or the activities or the needs of the non-academic sector, we need to define what is the non-academic sector. We can start with the non-academic sector is any entity that is not academic. But this definition is not useful at all for us. So we need to understand what is inside this non-academic sector. So who is the non-academic sector? According to the European Commission definition, it could be any institution and any entity that lies under these three categories. The European Commission categorizes any participant in any EU program under PRC, private for-profit, excluding education and organizations, POB, public bodies, that is very related with public administration. We will see where is the public administration inside the non-academic sector, and also we have other entities. So under these three definitions, there is a universe of entities with different nature, scopes, size, and field of action. But in our MSCA Net project, we try to analyze and categorize the non-academic sector, and we will check what kind of entities and what kind of categories we can split the non-academic sector. So according our report and our analysis, we try to categorize in different groups. So the non-academic sector is a wide variety of entities, and we can find the first element is the companies. So inside companies, there is another universe. We have startups that comes from people, entrepreneurs, that they have an idea and they want to create a company. We have a spin-off from universities and research centers that they use the research result in order to create a company and exploit these results. But also we have SMEs, small and medium enterprises, but also we have scale-ups. Scale-ups are companies that they have the size enough to grow internationally. But also we have another entity, is corporations. We have big companies, but also mid-caps. We have another type of entity, is the public administration. And inside the public administration, we have another universe of entities. As you can see in my slide, we have city councils, we have regional national ministries, we have regional and national agencies, law enforcement authorities, and other public entities. And we will take into details later on. So it's important to understand what it means public administration and what kind of entities are part of this category. We have also hospitals, we have international organizations, we have museums, non-governmental organizations, and other entities. Inside other entities, there is another universe of pieces of this non-academic sector. We can find Chamber of Commerce, foundations, communication agency, researchers association. So the non-academic sector is so complicated, and we need to understand them in order to involve them in the MSCA. Anouk present the different opportunities inside the program, and we need to understand their needs and the opportunities that the program are offering to these kind of entities. The non-academic sector during Horizon 2020 participate very actively because it's an add value to the project, but also because it's compulsory in many of the actions. We have the industrial doctorate. It's compulsory to have non-academic sector enterprises in order to prepare and train the new generation of predoctoral researchers in the industry. But also we have RISE, now we have staff exchange. It's the collaboration between academia and the non-academic sector in order to prepare research and innovation projects. And if you see the data, also COFAN and the NIGHT projects is very active and very attractive for the non-academic sector. So the non-academic sector reached around 50% of the participation in the program. But we have another action, the Individual Fellowship in Horizon 2020, that it was not very popular for non-academic sector. And in 2016, the Commission created the Society and Enterprise Panel. This panel was focused only for the non-academic sector. So you can see the percent of participation of non-academic entities increased in 2016, and we reached around 4% of participation. But this is the non-academic sector, and we can find hospitals, we can find museums, we have companies, public administration. But now let's take a look for the public administration. Lorenzo explained in the keynote speech, the public administration is only participating around 6% in the Marie Curie project. And you can see here that the percent are really low in ITN, the actual doctoral networks. In IF and RISE is only between 1% and 2%, and this is really low. So there is a space for improvement and for new action, and maybe we can discuss today. And also, COFAN is a program very attractive for public administration. And finally, the NIGHT. The NIGHT is a European project focused on science communication, put together researchers, research, and citizens. And this is a clear program that attracts public administration because they are really focused on put together citizens and research. So the next topic is about the definition of the public administration. It's so complicated to give you a definition. For many decades, researchers and scientists, they were talking about the definition of public administration. We can find some definitions that they are related with policy making. So those institutions that they are in charge of organize and create the policies in different fields. But also there are another line that they define the public administration, those entities who implement or do managerial or governmental activities. So in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, public administration is any public entity that covers, for example, transportation, housing, park and recreation, security, emergency management, disaster response. So this gives us an idea that what is inside the public administration. And maybe we can separate those who are doing policy making and those who are implementing action and activities and services for the citizens. So if we take a look at this brainstorming, in public administration, we can find city councils, regional and national ministries, health authorities, first response emergency departments, housing and urban agencies, state meteorological agencies, space national agencies, river bases, chamber of commerce. So it's very varied, and it's important to understand their needs. These categories that I include, they were taken from Horizon 2020 participation. So this is real public administration participating in the project. And after this, we can discuss if we can involve some of them or not in Marie Curie, what are the benefits or the action that we need to improve to attract them to Marie Curie projects. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. It was very impressive that you categorized the non-academic factor, and we have seen that there is a huge world under public administration. Yes. And we have seen the benefits, as you mentioned, like housing, transportation, which directly benefits to the society, actually, right? So I think it would be great to organize another event just for public administration to know, like, for them better than for them to be participating into the MSCA actions. So thank you very much once more. And the next speaker is Eduardo Oliver. Welcome, Eduardo, once more. Eduardo is a biomedical scientist from Spain. He is the president of Ciencia en el Parlamento, a citizen initiative promoting the use of scientific knowledge in policymaking process. With a PhD in pharmacology from University of Valencia and background in pulmonary vascular diseases, Oliver has published over 40 scientific publications. He holds both European and Spanish Young Investigator Award in pharmacology, and also founding member of the Society of Spanish Researchers in the United Kingdom, and the Network Spanish Researchers Abroad. So initiatives I see here that you are very much involved in public administration, non-academic sectors, and together with European-funded projects. So my question is, as a researcher who supports the integration of academia and the public administration, so you started with a program called Science in Parliament. Could you please elaborate on the history, purpose of the Ciencia en el Parlamento, and current activities such as the pairing done as part of Science Meets regions that you have initiated? So,
sure.
Stage is yours.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Murad, for your question. Yeah, I'm going to tell you what is Ciencia en el Parlamento, or Science in Parliament in English. So we are an independent, non-profit grassroots association made up of researchers and science professionals, created in 2018. We are created with a vision of getting our country committed to knowledge and innovation as the engine of the society. Therefore, we have a mission that is making science and scientific knowledge available to public management. So, to summarize this, our main objective nowadays also is to try to promote the Spain to have a science for policy ecosystem. So going back to 2018, we born in a year that where Spain was not having an office for scientific advice. So our main objective was promoting this scientific advice mechanism to the Spanish legislative power. So we wanted an office for scientific and technological advice to be created in the Spanish Congress of the Deputies. So, and then we thought, okay, what can we do to promote this science for policy ecosystem in Spain, especially this office to be created? So this is about our history. Let me tell you a little bit how we born and where we end up now. So in January 2018, we began a Twitter campaign reflecting how could we approach science and scientific knowledge to policymaking, because at that time, scientists and policymakers were not talking between them and were mostly, the most of the time, fighting for more money and for different stuff. So we started with this campaign, and actually, suddenly we got a huge support. Especially, I have to mention the support of the private foundation COTEC and the public foundation FECYT, which give us the support to meet in less than a month the board and the president of the Congress of the Deputies. That happened in February 2018. Some months later, in November 2018, we released the first 2 days event to speak about 12 scientific topics in the Spanish Congress of Deputies. And after 2 general elections and a COVID pandemic, in 2021, the Parliament established the first Office for Legislative Scientific Advice in Spain, Oficina C. I will tell you a little bit more how we did it. So we thought how to approach science to public management. There are 3 ways if you look at other countries, how they do it. So first is to have an independent scientific advice body, which we didn't have at the time. Then regular meetings between policymakers and scientists, and also shadowing programs. We had experience in the UK, so we thought, okay, why don't we start by proposing a regular meeting? So that will be our, let's say, the first month for free, like Netflix does at the very beginning, not to convince you. So, okay, we are going to work like the Science Advice Office work normally. So we created a program to arrive to November 2018 to talk about 12 different topics that we got from a public call out of 130 proposals made by the people. And then, so we had to make these small reports to be able to give the evidence to the policymakers. So we selected 24 like scientific advisors, like people that we were going to train out of 200 candidates. And then they interview more than 100 scientific experts about the different science topics, interview them, and create the reports that we will be going to be presented in the 2 days event, right? So exactly the same way that the Scientific Advisory Office works nowadays in a parliament. Right, so we got to November, we have 2 days event. The first day was a public event with policymakers and experts debating about the topic. We managed to get to be trending topic and be online on YouTube. And the second day, it was a working day where policymakers, without phone, without internet, they will be able to ask even stupid questions that experts could answer. And they were very happy with this. Then, actually, the most important for us is that we got to have to reach a consensus between all the political parties at the time. We also get to know each other, to understand, to build trust, and also understand peculiarities of the different worlds. And also, we got a big support that was impossible to do without this support of more than 200 institutions and more than 3,000 citizens supporting our initiative. But what else we can do? The shadowing programs. So after many years, from 2018 to 2021, we thought, okay, it's time to do something else. And we knew that shadowing programs was something that other countries were doing very well. Also, Oficina C was starting a national shadowing program. So we said, okay, why don't we go to regional parliaments? And GRC has this program called Science Meets Regions to fund projects to close the gap between science and policy. So we apply and we got this funding, and we are nowadays running the first shadowing program in a region in Spain focused on green transition and sustainability. So we have selected 12 scientists working in different subjects of this big topic in Valencia region, and we have selected also 14 politicians. Yeah, we have couples and one quartet of politicians and scientists. They were really wanted to participate, so we did that. We have received 54 candidates, and we have selected 12 of them that have received 2 training sessions to train them how to communicate science to policy makers, how works the policy making process, also at the regional, at the council level, and the regional parliament, and so on. And the policy makers were selected from councils. We have mayors of different city councils in Valencia, and also we have regional parliamentarians. Then they are now, these days, doing the reciprocal exchange. So the scientist is going one day to follow up all the work, all the normal day of the politician, and the politician will visit the work of the scientists, and they will learn each other how their rules, their rhythm, their languages, their needs, right? And this is so important to break barriers and well, try to know better each other. So yeah, this is what we are doing. And to finish, what else can we do? Very quickly, we do reports. We have a study of the 23 different offices for scientific advice that are running in different countries. We are doing different regional meetings in different cities, to meet, to put together scientists and policymakers to debate about different subjects and topics. Also, we try to engage with all political parties. And I say all, no matter which ideology, you have to engage to all of them. And finally, we are doing webinars, workshops, to reach the awareness and the necessity of having scientific advice mechanisms in the country.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Eduardo. It is quite impressive that it starts from one tweet in 2018 January, and you have already get involved into the parliament in February, right? It's just like 1 month.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive. And it is the engagement of public administration through a researcher. So we can see that how a researcher actually can initiate to be in the parliament to make the cooperation together with the policymakers, right? So, and also you started this training sessions between politicians and scientists. As we know that, scientists policymakers, business owners, we all speak different languages. So it is important to make a bridge together with like map matching trainings, like congratulations with your achievements. So thank you very much once more. And I would like to invite to introduce the next speaker. Anna Berti Suman is a researcher, lawyer, and activist on civic environmental monitoring. She leads the Sensing for Justice project on the potential of civic evidence to demonstrate environmental harm on court and as an instrument to facilitate the mediation of environmental conflicts. So, Anna, you have a solid experience in international and interdisciplinary network and communication through global impactful international projects. So in the Marie Curie Individual Fellowship, the project Sensing for Justice that you founded was hosted at the European Commission's Joint Research Center. And later you still continue the project initiatives in Italy. So based on your expertise and experience directly related to the subject of session actually, particularly in terms of the interplay between civic monitoring, environmental justice, and law enforcement through the cooperation between citizen and public administration. So my question is, what specific innovative techniques or best practices have you seen or used in projects that could act as a roadmap for optimizing the result of MSCA initiatives involving public administrations? It's for a long question, so, so the stage is yours. Thank you.
Many thanks, and it's just great to intervene after the other speeches, just because I have instruments, for example, the fact that law enforcement authorities are part of public administration that works very close, for example, with lawyers that the category represent, which is also really important to understand this ecosystem. I have 2 pointers because my first question is actually to you. And I would like to ask you to go to Mentimeter because I have 2 questions. Basically, we really have a little time, so ideally you can rather quickly go into this Mentimeter space. And of course, let's say my first question was kind of answered by Lorenzo this morning. So, okay, let's go into the first question. Before this morning, not after his keynote, of course, did you know what was the European Commission Joint Research Center? Okay, that is good. Yes, more yes, although the no is also quite high. Okay, so my Marie Curie was hosted there, my Marie Curie Individual Fellowship, and I will tell you more about these, but basically many institutions, researchers that I met throughout my Marie Curie didn't know about the JRC and couldn't really localize it in the ecosystem of science, academia, policymaking, because in fact it's actually an interesting combination of these 3 dimensions. Second question, way more complex. Have you ever heard, before the kind introduction, about civic environmental monitoring? No? Okay. I won't ask to the 3 that know to define it, or 4, because exactly I'm here for that. But it's interesting that the majority of you don't, because it's indeed an emerging field, which probably granted me the Marie Curie, but especially its legal application and its value for public authorities. It's quite unexplored. So let me jump into my presentation. So at the time, around 2.5 years ago, I was observing court decisions, and I just had finished my PhD. And basically, my PhD was about the policy uptake of civic environmental monitoring. That is, how civic gathered data by ordinary people on environmental issues can be used to shape policies and decisions that affect policymaking. I give you an example. I was following the post-Fukushima spread of civic monitoring of radiation and how the civic data influenced the, let's say, official risk governance after the nuclear accident. And from a localized practice, it spread all over the world. But there was an element missing, which was about the judicial application of civic environmental monitoring. So when people use their senses or whatever sensing devices to collect data on environmental issues, they generally want a response. They're not just doing it for fun. Maybe a few are amateurs. For example, they love wandering in nature and taking pictures, but many of them are actually doing this because they want a response. And the response is also often from public administration. So whereas during my PhD I conducted in the Netherlands on the use in policymaking, for my Marie Curie project, I decided to go into the justice system to really look at how environmental law enforcement authorities, for example, courts, but also Environmental Protection Agency, for example, could leverage the power of environmental data gathered by ordinary people. A few months before the end of my PhD, I actually had the opportunity to be a visiting scientist at the institution, the JRC, that then hosted my Marie Curie. And this is a key point for me. Because to conduct your research in a science for policy institution like the JRC, which is huge and great, but of course it's not so easy to access it. First, because in my case, the research center was located in Ispra, in the northern Italy, in the middle of the mountains, a beautiful place, but try to go with public transportation to Ispra is a nightmare. So basically, you don't just walk in Madrid and knock at an office and talk to somebody about your potential proposal. So I had the opportunity throughout my PhD to be a visiting scientist at the JRC and got to know the unit that would then have hosted my proposal. And they really opened the door because they kind of got to know me slowly. So maybe a first suggestion to researchers, but also to potential public administration, to find informal, and maybe, let's say, this was not totally informal, but let's say opening and relaxed ways to find the first connection. Because also to write Marie Curie individual fellowship proposal takes time, engage a lot of offices, actors. So having the possibility to be there in this process and not having draining online meeting, it's really valuable. This image was about, indeed, the question on civic environmental monitoring. But I decided to put it there because you see that the possible applications are huge. So before we heard about the industry, transportation, housing sector, risk response. So imagine the multitude of authorities that could be interested in this project. And in particular, in my project, I created links with DG Environment, DG Justice, DG Connect. So being at the JRC was for me a value because I couldn't just focus in a research stream, but really find this connection. And I'm still kind of in connection with all these realities exactly because the field of civic environmental monitoring has a multitude of applications. So the case that triggered this decision, this court ruling that inspired the project, is called the Formosa case, where fishers from Texas demonstrated plastic pollution by a petrochemical company in their bay. And this is a US judicial decision. So I pitched to the European Commission that something like this could well happen in Europe, and we needed to research into this. So, of course, in the EU, we have a very different judicial system, civil law, not common law, but really the EU-level actors were very interested exactly because they saw it as a potential, as an opportunity to also innovate the way environmental information is shared and used to leverage change at the EU-wide level. So the Sensing for Justice project started as an individual research project, but throughout the project, we could engage visiting scientists, experts, young trainees, for example, that with no budget, they just decided to subscribe on the project because they were very interested in it. So the good news is that even if the funding ended, a network of actors, for example, NGOs, civil society associations, and so on, are joining our forces because they see the potential of this idea. So at the moment, I moved to a new job, half as a lawyer, half as a researcher at the University of Florence. But in a way, I'm considering to make out of the Sensing for Justice project a kind of a legal startup, an NGO, which also demonstrates the potential to bring a research idea a bit beyond your comfort zone. And I could demonstrate cases that are, for example, in Europe, like this is in the south of Italy, a big European hub for oil extraction, where the sentinels, local, ordinary people, demonstrate arm and are asking justice from, for example, the European Court of Justice, CHED, the European Court of Human Rights. So you see how localized cases in Europe still have a EU-level relevance. So I always like to use images because it conveys the idea, and many of you didn't know about civic environmental monitoring. But let's say, moving to the conclusion, I also wanted to say that for us, an important element was to use, for example, illustration and art, going to field work, really to change the way local people were perceiving the research. And something that I would say it's very important is that throughout our project, we realized that the type of stakeholders that we could reach were really changing. And for example, being at the JRC, we could, of course, publish this kind of science for policy brief, but we also realized that to be really around, you need something that is more catchy. So, for example, we produced a graphic novel. I left a few copies in Spanish at the exit. We illustrated our policy brief. The illustration you saw were thanks to a cooperation with an artist, and that was really a big potential for us because it enabled also to reach audiences that otherwise would not have listened to us. And of course, recognition came, such as an award from the European Ombudsman, award, the EU Prize for Citizen Science, Young Scientist Award from the European Commission, Science Engagement Breakthrough of the Year. So in a way, like, the JRC was quite amazed by the amount of rewards that this project got. And I mean, even if the project is over, I really welcome fruitful interaction. I would be super happy to also, let's say, give some tips to future PIs that want to start a Marie Curie proposal with the JRC or vice versa, public administration. And maybe if I have just a second.
Sure, please.
I just wanted to say that throughout my Marie Curie project, I did a secondment at a legal bureau, basically. And the legal bureau is the place where I'm currently half employed. So also the secondment schemes are very, very effective to ensure to have you for free for a while and then having a follow-up that is enriching. But also the JRC found it as really a potential because they could enter in discussion with these lawyers, invite, for example, climate lawyers to talk about climate evidence in court. So sometimes there's really a win-win to be explored. And you have to fight a lot of barriers, but we talk about this later.
Yes,
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna, for this inspiring talk. And it is quite interesting and also impressive because, as you can see, is that as a researcher also started an initiative and created impact together working with the public administration as a non-academic sector. So the first part of the presentations and the workshop is ended now. So I would like to say that from the beginning with the presentation of Anouk, we know now who is MSCA. And then together with the Jesus presentation, we know what is public administration and non-academic factors. And we have also seen that what is GRC, that we already have the information from our panelists. Thank you very much for them. And also we have seen that there were those initiatives like Science in Parliament, so it is possible to reach the policymakers and engage them. And this, we have seen these initiatives that it can create an impact. So researchers like Eduardo and Anna created that is possible to make a link between non-academic sectors and together with researchers. So I would like to turn my panelists and I would like to ask another question. So if we say that the data shows that public administration do not have a high impact in MSCA actions, but we know that the relevance of collaboration between policymaking and institutions and researchers is highly relevant, producing impact at every different levels. So I would like to ask, please share your views on benefits you think the participation or the value of the involvement of non-academic sectors, specifically speaking public administration, in the MSCA actions. So I would like to get your opinions, Jesus. What do you think about non-academic sectors' participation and benefits and value?
The benefits are clear. I will inform you in the framework of the MSCA Net project, is the National Counterpoint project. We already, a couple of weeks, we published guidelines for approaching the non-academic sector. In this document, we explain the benefits to including the different actors in the non-academic sector. And I have here a couple of benefits if you include public administration in your projects. For example, they can offer you their policy expertise. Also, they can support you in the regulatory, so your project could be aligned with the rules and the regulatory in the specific fields, from environment, security, first aid emergencies, any housing, urban planning, so they can provide you the guidelines and the expertise to help you that your project is aligned with the needs of the citizens. Also, they can provide you data, resources, facilities. They can provide you also privacy and security procedures. You know, public administration is very expert in protect data. Sometimes they have some breaks on security, but you know, these kind of entities offer these kind of opportunities to Marie Curie projects. And the last benefit I think is really important is long-term sustainability. Public administration can help you to continue your project after the Marie Curie funding is finished. So sustainability, use public administration to go beyond the funding from the Marie Curie. And also, the public administration can be benefited from Marie Curie projects in many aspects. But one is networking, visibility, and reputation. So if we involve public administration can show us a modern public administration with a collaboration with cutting-edge researchers. So I think it's a win-win situation. And also, we can talk about companies. Companies, they can provide employability for researchers, but Marie Curie can provide a really important benefits to companies. So I can give you some benefits, for example, talent attraction. Companies, they can benefit from the best researchers, predoctoral researchers, postdoctoral researchers, and any other researchers, for example, during staff exchange projects, and they can receive for a short period of time a really good researcher that help these companies to open a new research line or a new service or product. So there is, my message is there is always a win-win situation between Marie Curie projects and the non-academic sector. And in this case, public administration can offer a lot to the Marie Curie projects.
Oh, thank you. Yes, you emphasize especially that the MSCA can create actually the bridge between these engagements, right? And also you noted that it's also helped the career development of researchers at the public administration. So I would like to ask this question to Anna as well. As a researcher, and you were also PI, as your project. So what is your thoughts about this, the career development of benefits of research?
Yeah, so it's interesting because like connecting to the idea of like growing in a public administration, like coming from Italy, I would see it a bit as a struggle, let's say. I would see it more, for example, within a European Commission entity, because one maybe downside of engaging with Marie Curie actions, especially at the level of, for example, individual fellowship, is indeed that the public administration should have an organization supporting it. So I think the benefit for policymakers exposed to Marie Curie Fellow is that, as you saw from my project, it can be something fresh from outside that they didn't think to. And I think this can open potential for like really being more effective in the policy making, because you're really spot on what is the pressing breakthrough in science for policy, for example. And something that I feel it's very specific to the JRC, but definitely the JRC scientific process is definitely based on request, so what DGs ask. And Marie Curie gives the advantage to bring ahead for like front-running projects that are not requested. And so they can also open, for example, new DG interests, so new DGs that were not following the work of a specific unit jump on it. And I would say in terms of like career, so if I would return the question more at the level of like an individual, I think the possibility to craft your postdoctoral projects, making it the idea that represents you in society, in the scientific arena, is unique. Because looking at, for example, university careers that are generally still very sectorial in the sense of discipline, being able to explore so many different areas with so many different organizations in a postdoctoral time, I think it's unique, really. So,
yeah, thank you. We have seen that very successful participation, your project sensing in the public administration, but we can see that MSCA actually facilitated to this engagement through the project, right, the European project. So thank you, and I want to ask Eduardo, as a engagement with the policymakers, so how would you comment these benefits of participation of public administration?
Yeah, actually, Anna has explained very, very perfectly what is my feeling. When you get to know politicians, you understand that we have something in common, that is our spirit to service society. We want to solve problems that the society has. And to solve these problems, we need information, because decisions that are well informed have better chances to be success. So, I mean, if we get to understand what are their needs, we can probably focus our research on get the information that the policymakers need to design and execute a public policy that is able to kind of sort out the problem. And I cannot see any of the problems, like if we think about the ODS, that will not be benefit of the research and scientific knowledge. Mm-hmm. Everything. So I think it's super important to be in touch, to understand their needs. Also, we have to understand that the decision process is not only based on science and scientific knowledge. You know, they have to make decisions based on economics, ideology, and other factors. And they need to understand how science works. Because science is also working with uncertainty, which is something that politicians doesn't take pretty much well. So they need to understand that uncertainty is exactly what science is. So what we believe today is it could be an answer, or it could be a solution, or it could be an information that we believe is true. Probably tomorrow we have a new technology that helps us to understand that this solution wasn't that good. Yeah. And we have to change.
Yes.
So,
that's true.
Yeah, we need to, so the benefit is massive.
This is great,
because at the end we will reach, you know, to sort out the problem.
Right.
And this is, yeah, so sorry, just to finish, we want our research, me as a researcher, I want my research to have an impact in the society.
Right.
And this is the way.
So then it's good to know that we have something common with politicians, which is problem solving, right?
We have more things in common.
Yeah, actually. And you were able to also create this training together with training with policymakers and also the researchers, right? So
sorry, again?
The training with the politicians and the researchers that you mentioned in your Science and Parlamento.
Yeah, we had to also receive this training thanks to the GRC
Must
that is delivering these amazing courses. So we first receive the training and then we do it.
Yeah, okay.
That is very useful, yeah.
Great. So I would like to hear, Anouk, like MSCA and especially for the EU's Sustainable Development Goals, like how could you comment the same question?
I mean, I can only support what's been said by Jesus, Anna, and Eduardo. And I mean, rather than the SDGs, what I wanted to say is that is exactly why everything that's been said by the other panelists is exactly why we've always put this kind of emphasis on mobility in MSCA. And yes, in our communication in the past, and again, this was said in the morning, we've tended to focus more on industry and innovation, but the same benefits apply to mobility with public administration and policy making. And mobility is not just for mobility's sake. We're not a mobility program, but it's there to achieve our dual objectives that are to deliver, to support excellent research. And here we were talking about, how that collaboration with public administration support the co-design so that, we have hypotheses, we have research questions that are on point, the data access that we need to carry out the research and spot-on research, and then the dissemination and exploitation of those results into impactful, research. And also the second objective, which is the training objective of researchers. And for us, it's beyond the scope of, beyond the duration of the program. With MSCA, we aim to train researchers, to equip them for careers afterwards, and more those careers are going to be either in another sector beyond academia, or creating those bridges, those interfaces between academia and public administrations, and those are new professions and we need those kind of training and those kind of experiences with public administrations involved in research programs like they can be in MSCA to achieve these objectives. And that then, whatever the SDG, obviously this all contributes to having the profiles that we need to answer those questions and to have the research that we need to address those issues as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you also mentioned about this participation of the researchers, especially now we are talking about the public administration participation, researchers, and together MSCA is facilitate, and MSCA is ready to do it now on. So, and we are going on, and I would like to ask actually speakers, audience online and here in present. So I would like to have only 2 questions now. So it would be great if you have questions for speakers. You have heard about the public administration participation, MSCA actions. So if you have any questions now. Short questions. Yeah, here, please. Yeah. There. I have seen first.
Yeah, thank you all for giving this overview. This morning, there was a big point about Marie Curie being bottom-up, right? So it's scientists giving their own ideas for their ITNs, things they want to work on. But for me as a scientist, and I think for a lot of other scientists, we maybe lack the imagination how we might even be related to policy. So there are some fields where it's obvious, let's say climate, let's say security, but then maybe things in health or material science, where maybe you as a scientist can't see how you could contribute to policy. How can you imagine this connection where there might be a nudge or suggestions to scientists how they could engage with policy?
If you have any general question to
yeah, it's
so
open.
Would like to answer this question specifically, a very short answer.
Yeah.
Who would
Well,
like to go?
I don't mind to answer that because it's something that I ask myself every day. If you want to.
Well, I think it's a great question, and I think as scientists may lack imagination on policy impacts, also policymakers may lack imagination on scientific dimensions of their policy. As an invitation, I think whoever works or visit the JRC, not for promoting particularly the JRC, but every science section as a direct policy impact, exactly because the type of science at the JRC is directed to influence EU policy. Mm-hmm. So I think this is a brilliant example as how every scientist can contribute to policy making. I think in more local, maybe smaller scale or academic academic arena, one kind of initiative we had in the Netherlands, which I think it was really nice, was about having policymakers come to academia, then activists come to academia, and lawyers coming to academia, for example. And when policymakers came to to attend lectures or change, I think it was really, they were really eager to observe how students ask questions that were relevant for policymaking and vice versa. So I think maybe academic homes, academic institutions could more open up to this kind of serendipitous, informal, so similar to the parliament approach, but move to universities.
Yeah, and Edward, if I can add something short, all right. So sometimes it's not thinking about how your research can help policymakers, it's to understand what policymakers need. So how your knowledge, your expertise, your skills can help to get the knowledge that they need, right? That takes a bit of time to understand, and for me it was a process. And I can see the process in the people participating in the parent schemes, because they begin the program thinking that my research is very important and will help the politician. But at the end, the politician realizes that the daily basis, they need something else. Either you or your colleague will help them, but you will be the contact point. And we come back to what we have been talking this morning. We need professionals. We need specific people to work in the interface between science and policy. Because we can have some thoughts and try to do this research, focus on what they need. But if we have professionals, offices, staff that are able to speak with experts, to understand the science and distillate all this knowledge and translate the knowledge to the policymakers and the other way around, the same way the communication office works in the university, we are there. We need mechanisms.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to just ask one short question from the audience, here.
Yeah. Thank you very much to the panel. One thing I picked from Lorenzo's talk this morning and tying it together with what you have all said is the policy makers need to ask the right question, because from the cartoon he showed where someone said, "Where am I?" I think the scientists may answer better if that person said, "Where is this place?" or "What location is this?" I think we put too much weight on the scientists sometimes, as opposed to the policymakers. I'm not throwing punches or blames, but I think sometimes the questions that are coming from the policymakers need to be very, very clear, very, very exact, and maybe someone needs to tell them this as well. Thank you very much.
There's a comment, right? Thank you.
I totally agree. Yeah. And we need to create spaces of dialogue between researchers and public administration, policymakers. Even I'm thinking the evolution of FP7, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, there are new requirements for projects. Now we are very focused on impact. We are talking about impact on society, impact on technology, on the science, economic impact, but maybe in the future the Commission could include that any Marie Curie project should have an impact on policy, because policy making is in any field, and there is no topics on policy making. It's bottom-up approach. Anything in society is ruled by laws, by policies. So maybe we need to think about that it's a requirement to involve public administration policy making in any Marie Curie project.
Yeah, I also want to make a short comment. I think it goes both sides, right? And when the policymaker needs an advice, so they can get in touch with researchers. And when researchers have an idea that they would believe that would contribute to the decision making in the policy level, so they can do it. For example, Eduardo has initiated this Science in Parliament with the initiative, but his own initiatives with colleagues, and Anna used the MSCA as a tool to get involved into environmental challenges with her project. So I would like to go back to Anna, and I want to ask one more question. How do you see public administration, MSCA as an MSCA fellow, and academic researchers working together to address environmental challenges?
Thanks. It's a huge question, so
just addressing
it like shortly. I think it all starts really on embracing uncertainty, and that was mentioned. I think for environmental challenges, there are two dimensions that should really be considered for policymakers, academics, researchers to be able to work together, is to acknowledge the uncertainty and also the dimension of time. And I think when you mentioned the question from policymakers that have to be very precise, I think sometimes the mismatch is also about the time needed to get the answer that serves policymakers and the time researchers would want to spend on inquiring for giving this advice. I think environmental challenges give a great opportunity exactly for the intersectionality of environmental issues. There is social justice, health, really, discussion on chemicals. So they're great test beds, but I think more and more we realize that many other challenges, like environmental ones, need intersectionality. Think to, for example, the LGBTQ+ presentation we heard earlier. So really entangle economics and stuff. My point would really be about creating agile approaches to work together. And if, for example, hosting a Marie Curie as partner is not an option, then the secondment or visiting scientist is the most agile opportunity that a public administration would have to just focus on something concrete. Yeah. And I have to say, for example, in my case, the City Council of Milan was extremely proactive on getting mediation, environmental mediation courses from basically my project to their officials, because they saw an immediate benefit. So pointing to the benefit, creating something agile, like a day of training for public officials on conflict mediation techniques, it's something that is a kind of low-hanging fruit, but is a start. So I think finding agile, low-hanging, also low resources approaches to start working and then plan something more could be an approach.
Right, so that means that there are many opportunities and options to go with this way, right? So I would like to go back to Jesus. Please, what are the current challenges and short-term recommendations to overcome all those?
There are many challenges and there are many barriers we need to break. I think the first one is the disconnection between MSCA projects that are focused on research and sometimes on innovation, and public administration that are focused on policy making. So I think we need spaces to dialogue between the academia and the public administration in order to align their needs. Also, public administration is composed by civil servants. And what happens with civil servants? They consider this kind of projects an extra work, and many bureaucratic and language barriers. So we need to create awareness to these civil servants. I suffer in this. I'm working at the regional government, and my colleagues, civil servants, when they think about to join a EU project, okay, maybe Jesus, you join and you work in the project, and I will advise you. But this is something we need to work, create awareness and show the benefits. Actions, success stories, inspirational stories. When a city council saw that the Toledo City Council is in a project and they are getting benefits from a project, why the city of Cuenca, we are not in this kind of project. So I think we need to show the benefits of participating in MSCA projects.
Maybe science communication would help, right? To
Of course.
create an impact, to track
and break the
attention of the
yes.
policymakers to get the right.
Yes, and we need to break the mentality of EU project, a Marie Curie project is an extra task for civil servants and for public workers. So they need to understand the benefits and the reputation that they will get participating in these kind of projects.
Right, thank you. So I would like to go back to Anouk, and I would like to hear from you that do incentives for researchers and public administration for long-term collaboration impact participation?
It's an interesting question. I mean, it's. I think we heard this morning an example of clearly where you know, incentives would help to increase in participation. With I'm thinking of it when Isaskun mentioned the example of the postdoc in microbiologist who wanted to carry out a project with their office, and it wasn't, you know, if the topic at the time of research in their office was not related to her research, well, actually it was lost time or lost opportunity for her to spend time on publications on things related to her research, and that's a clear barrier for researchers to get involved. And now we have, again mentioned in the same session, we have this incentive that we're trying to introduce through the European Charter for Researchers by including in the reform of research assessment contribution to policy making as one output that should be recognized and rewarded in research assessments. And that's important for notably for those who want for those who want to carry out their career in academia. And I think the role of so to answer shortly your question, I think yes, obviously we cannot quite quantify or fully understand how it affects, but it has an effect. But the reverse is also that actually MSCA can drive those changes as well, actually through making the European Charter of Researcher a requirement for participating organizations. It means they need to apply those principles, and it means it increases, it supports the uptake of these types of new practices in research assessment. So there's this dual kind of connection with MSCA in that obviously the context and the barriers and incentives that researchers are facing and organizations as well to affect the participation, but also by ourselves, you know, promoting the participation in the program, we can contribute to changing this mindset and the uptake of those new incentives.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to end our meeting in 1 minute. Thank you very much for participants. I would like to hear one sentence from each panelist as a summary. So I would like to go with Anna from there. Just
one sentence or word?
One sentence.
One sentence.
One sentence, yes.
Yeah, I think if you're a scientist, be inspirational for policymakers and vice versa. Take up challenges, but put your passion in it, because I think through passion you can really transform bureaucratic barriers. And also I think if you will be passionate as a public official or as a scientist, you will be able to create this perfect merge for tackling global challenges. So
Eduardo.
One sentence, all right.
Just we have 50 seconds. Yeah.
We need more spaces for meeting points. To meet between scientists and policymakers.
Perfect.
Make public administration your new best friend.
Yeah, and I think in the MSCA program we can do, notably in our own communication, trying to promote the opportunities not for public administration as non-academic sector within MSCA programs. Yes. We can do much more.
I want to extend our deepest gratitude for our panelists and for our audience. Thank you very much for being here with us. And I would like to mention that There will be presentations of conclusions and final discussions. Please do not miss that one. And thank you very much for your participation. I would like to thank Christina and Javier and all the people who are behind of this organization, MSCA, FECYT, Presidency of Europe, for organizing this event, bringing us together. Thank you very much for being here. Have a good evening.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch, the networking, the afternoon sessions, and the coffee break. So I remind you that later on we will have some rapporteurs for each one of the parallel sessions, and there will be opportunity to learn what has come out from this session and also from the ones that you were not able to join. So please stay with us. But now it's time for the second round of the pitching competition, whose title is Facilitating Evidence-Based Policymaking. So here we will deal with MSCA projects that have a component of dissemination and exploitation of research towards policymakers, policy stakeholders in general, okay? So let me remind you the dynamics, especially to the candidates. So there will be 3 minutes of pitch, followed by 3 minutes of question-answer with the jury, okay? And I remind everybody that there is a QR code for a Mentimeter vote in which you will need to vote each one of the candidates. Bear in mind, because we have received questions in the coffee break, that there is one Mentimeter code for each one of the rounds, okay? So you really need to vote now, I mean during this round, because you will not be able to vote again at a later moment for the candidates, okay? So be very careful and aware that you need to answer now. So let us start with the first candidate. Exceptionally, due to health reason, the first candidate was not able to join us personally, but she will join us remotely online. So she's called Cristina Infanti. She's an MSCA research fellow at the Center for Physical Activity Research at the Rigshospitalet in Denmark, and her pitch is called Exercise Prescription in the Treatment Guidelines of Cancer Disease. So let's welcome her.
Are the two most important predictors of mortality. It is our ability to consume and utilize oxygen, or what we call aerobic fitness, and it is also our muscles. They both decrease with age, and they both decrease in cancer disease. This is Leo. Leo has been diagnosed with metastatic colorectal cancer, has undergone surgery, and receives chemotherapy. Following this treatment trajectory, patients like Leo will get physically deconditioned, get tired, weak, and very often not able to perform their daily activities. And why is that? Because 3 months of chemotherapy decrease aerobic fitness and muscle mass to the same extent as 10 to 20 years of aging. And the same goes for other systems like the immune system, which are vital for cancer disease. Therefore, the purpose of our work is to counteract these detrimental effects. And we do that with exercise, because exercise is the only means that can increase aerobic fitness and muscle mass. We use different types of exercise, different durations and doses of exercise, and we test the effects they have on the different organs, as well as on the tumor itself. And we try to identify the optimal exercise protocols in order to maximize these effects, with the overall goal, of course, to increase quality of life of these patients and prolong their survival. But we're not restricted in the laboratory. We want to translate these results into healthcare guidelines. Therefore, we communicate our research to all levels of society, to the general public, healthcare professionals, but also to policymakers. For example, we have developed the CIFAS Ambassador Program, an educational program for healthcare professionals, medical doctors, physiotherapists, who are informed about the latest policies regarding exercise and disease prevention and rehabilitation, and that they can then implement these policies into their organizations. We often serve also as advisors to the Ministry of Health when it's about policies related to exercise and health. Our research outputs are also part of the official guidelines that exercise oncology agencies publish. Now, what is left is for these guidelines to be translated into policies. so that exercise can be prescribed alongside the pharmaceutical treatment of patients with cancer. Because when that happens, patients like Leo will have a better and longer life. And I'm pretty sure about the better part, because every time I ask my patients if they feel that exercising has been good for them, the only answer I get is yes, yes, and yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And now one question from the jury. So from Antonio Mas. Now a microphone will come. Perfect.
Thank you so much for your work and for your presentation. Congratulations. It's amazing work. My question is about if this work could be useful for other diseases other than cancer.
Yes, definitely. And we do that in our center. We are working with different types of chronic disease like diabetes, COPD, obesity.
Okay, great. So thanks a lot for your presentation and for your answer, Christina. Let's one last applause. And now we go back to the in-person pitches. So the next candidate is Aisha Futura, MSCA PhD student at the University of Latvia. And her pitch is called Linking Science and Policy to Promote Children's Language Development in the Digital Age. Welcome, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm just waiting for my slides to load or to appear. It's me. Okay. I want you to take a moment and think back at your own childhood and what you were doing while your parents were busy cooking or having important phone calls. And compare these experiences to children today. You will see children nowadays are part of an ongoing natural experiment surrounded by all kinds of digital devices and gadgets that can either act as their tutor, their friend, or their babysitter. While these devices undeniably have advantages, like allowing children to learn a new skill, they also come with some concerns. Crucially, how these devices might influence how children learn language. And indeed, a large-scale study with over 2,000 infants and toddlers in more than 12 different countries have looked at the relation between digital device use or screen time and language outcomes. What they have found is that screen time had a negative impact on language skills, especially in children from disadvantaged families. And why is that so important? Language skills have a far-reaching and long-lasting impact on a child's educational and employment trajectory. For instance, a child with insufficient language skills at age 5 is more than twice as likely to be unemployed at the age of 35 compared to their peers with proficient language skills. And so it becomes evident that we need to empower parents and caregivers as well as educators to harness the power of technology and at the same time minimize its potential harm. And how do we do that? To date, policymakers have struggled to come up with clear and easy-to-action guidelines for parents, caregivers, and educators about children's screen time and their language development. What is needed is a translator between the world of facts and numbers and the world of policy. And that's where we come into play. That's exactly what we did. With our contribution, we transformed complex research findings into actionable guidance for parents, educators, and policymakers. The result of this effort was the openly accessible 3-minute video titled Screen Time, What, When, and How. With this, we provided a blueprint how science and policy can work together, and scientific evidence can have an impact on policy and everyday practice. So here I want to give a big shout out and thank you to my amazing colleagues who contributed in this project, and feel free to scan the QR code to see the video. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. One question from the jury. Okay, Antonetta.
Thank you very much, and many thanks, Aisha, for this very interesting presentation and your important research. You've mentioned guidelines, and you have worked on them together with a team. Could you please tell us whether these guidelines have been applied, tested in real settings, and if so, what were your observations? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the 3 tips that you could learn from our video are based on guidelines, general health guidelines from the WHO, as well as intervention and observational studies. So there is strong scientific evidence backing the claims and the tips that we provide in this video.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Larai Dianagwani, MSCA early stage researcher at Guy's and St. Thomas NHS Trusts in the UK. And her pitch is called Multi-Sectorial Approach in the Fight Against Sickle Cell Disease, Policymakers, Community, and Schools. Welcome.
"4,000 babies are born with sickle cell disease in Kaduna State. And unfortunately, less than 50% of those babies live past their 10 years birthdays. Sickle cell disease is a genetic disorder where the patients inherit sickle genes from both parents. And some of the symptoms include anemia, extreme pain, swellings on the joints, and even childhood stroke. The Africa Research and Innovative Initiative for Sickle Cell Education is a multi-sectoral research collaboration, and it aims at staff exchanges, international staff exchanges, and multidisciplinary staff exchanges. It is aimed at improving lab diagnosis, genetic counseling, and also developing an implementable treatment protocol. ARISE is also aimed at research in implementation science and the newborn screening pathways. Studies have shown that if the disease is detected early, it means you can improve on the patient's health care by introducing them to the pathway of care early and providing necessary prophylaxis that will improve on the patient's life and mortality and morbidity rate. That's why at ARISE, we have been engaging with policymakers in Kaduna State, having already signed a memorandum of understanding with the state government to establish the newborn screening of sickle cell disease in Kaduna State. We are not unaware of what is the people's belief in local communities, whereby they believe that sickle cell disease is an act of witchcraft due to superstitious beliefs. And that is why we also engage these communities through their strategic stakeholders like the chiefs and the religious bodies to create awareness on sickle cell disease and the newborn screening. Because if these parents allow for their newborns to be screened at birth, they're giving them a better chance to health care. And in closing the gap, Arise has also gotten approval from the state government to train students in primary and secondary schools on knowing their genotypes, because they need to understand that if they have the sickle gene and they choose a partner that has a sickle gene, there is a greater likelihood that they're going to born sickle babies. Thank you.
Thanks, Larai. A question from Graham.
Thanks, Larai. And I find it really inspiring what you're doing. And I know that half of all babies with sickle cell disease are born in Nigeria, in the whole world.
Yeah.
So what's your plan in terms of convincing local governments? You've written extensively about working in a patriarchal society. What's your plan to convince people to roll out screening widespread in Kaduna State?
Our plan is first to make them understand that it's not a death sentence per se, and also with the right health care, these babies can have a shot in having a better life. And it's not just the newborn screening, it's enrolling them into the pathway of care early. And our involvement with policymakers will be for them to also have a budget line that will cater for, even if it's a subsidized means of treatment for the patients of sickle cell disease.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Next speaker, Victoria Gorbunova, from an MSCA postdoctoral fellow from the University of Luxembourg. 5 steps to bridge the mental health gap. Welcome.
In 2015, while being a psychotherapist, I went through depression. I couldn't get a grip on my life. I crying while walking through the streets or sitting in my office. It was a severe case, but no one believed me. Even my friend, an experienced psychiatrist, said you function well. I did, but through daily struggles. Eventually, I got out with support, but first, with acknowledgement of the problem by people around me. My experience is not unique. Invisible disabilities. It's a common name for mental disorders. Depression, anxiety, and others are often unseen even to professionals until they result in severe impairments of functioning. I'm not mentioned before, I'm Ukrainian. Due to Russian aggression, constant military threats, and daily attack, more and more Ukrainians experience mental health deterioration, invisible deterioration. What can we do? To train more psychiatrists? To have mental checks, regular mental checks everywhere? Yes. But is it effective and cost-effective? No. To bridge the gap between people's need and accessibility of care, we need what helped me and others like me. We need people around capable of mental health support and referral. We need what WHO promotes, task shifting, partial distribution of care to non-health professionals. To do that, we developed universal mental health training, educational program for frontline professionals. It's evidence-based and specialized, and it trains police officers, emergency responders, social workers, pharmacists, teachers, and others who daily interact with many people in 5 relatively simple but highly important steps. To recognize mental health condition, validate condition with a person and decrease the stigma, give support and hope for the better quality of life, refer for professional help, and ensure that this reference was successful. For now, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Veterans have approved the program. And now we are doing efficacy and feasibility research for preparing the training for national and international rollout. What do my team and I want for planets and Ukrainians, in particular mental health? Victory and peace. What do? We empower policymakers with the instrument capable of making mental health everyone's business. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Question from the jury? A question from Antonetta?
Yeah, thank you very much, Victoria, for this presentation. Really a very important topic. We all indeed want victory and peace. And my question to you, you already shared with us all that your model and your work actually will be taken into account and used by the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Veterans. My question is about embedding this model also in the training of teachers and educators. Do you have any plans to do so in order to maximize its effect? Thank you.
Thank you. It's very deep questions because stakeholders' engagement, I guess it's one of the most important things to make something really successful. And we already have collaboration with biggest in Ukraine NGO, Smart Osvita, and they already launched the training for our teachers based on this model of universal mental health training model to teach our teachers. And we have already 2,000 of trained teachers to give support to children with the help of this model, to recognize, to validate, to support, to refer, and what is last but not the least, to make sure that reference was successful, that help was obtained.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. And last but not least, Jan Robiou-Dupont, MSCA researchers at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. His speech is From Policy Relevant Science to Strategic Climate Science Inputs. Welcome.
Imagine a big cake, but we're several people around the table and we all really want some. Should we share equally? Should we give more to the smallest person who's growing up? Or to the person who's starving? Now imagine that the strongest person already ate half the cake while we're discussing all this. How do we share what's left? Well, the cake I'm really talking about is the emission space remaining for the world to achieve the Paris Agreement goal to stay below 1.5 degrees of global warming. The question I'm asking is, how much should each country reduce their emissions? To answer that question, we modeled equitable emission scenarios for all countries to align with the Paris Agreement and its equity principles of historical responsibility and financial capability. Here we can see that even the revised EU emissions target is insufficient to align with any of those trajectories. Then, in a later publication, we combined the different equity approaches to reflect the bottom-up nature of international relations and derive an ambition metric applicable to all. With that, we can say that the EU emissions target actually represents a fair share of a 2.5 degree warmer world only, far from the 1.5 degree objective. So then we made all this data available in a publicly available website called Paris Equity Check. But okay, we have, doesn't seem to work. Yeah, we have evidence. How do we make evidence-based decision-making now? Well, I try to engage with the different arenas where decisions are being made. Obviously, the first approach is to try to publish in high-ranking journal, have the results covered in world media and by the IPCC and UNFCCC reports that are whose goal is to inform decision makers. But while these reports have a very high impact, their mandate does not include to show national level emissions results. So we also inform international negotiations where emissions targets are being negotiated across governments. The Paris Equity Check website is widely used there. I've personally worked for a year advising heads of EU delegations. This year, a new study was used by a group of 58 vulnerable countries for their campaign on climate justice called Fair Share Now. Tomorrow, I'll be speaking with the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in a panel on how to link climate justice with human rights. Fortunately, we can also work for governments. The UK Committee on Climate Change has recommended a 2030 and 2050 target based on our study that the British government later adopted. But not all governments are listening. So I also write scientific reports to inform court decisions, including the European Courts of Human Rights and several litigation cases, and inform the judge on what are emissions level in line with the Paris Agreement. Some of these cases were successful, and some governments had to revise their emissions target to be more ambitious. But beyond the numbers, my message to decision makers is that ignoring fairness considerations does not make a decision neutral, it just perpetuates unfairness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's time for one last question. Okay, Fernanda.
Thank you, very nice. If you could make your wish list to policymakers, what would be the priorities that you would ask them to address in concrete actions?
It's a difficult question in the sense that I provide numbers that are normative in the different arenas where they are used, whether it's international negotiations or court decisions, whether it's because they are meant to be fair or meant to determine what is adequate for a court. But I do not have the pretense that I can decide what is equitable. So my goal with this work is really to try to push governments and other actors, subnational governments, industries, to really engage with that question of fairness. And I find that usually the countries the least willing to engage with those questions are the ones benefiting the most from that unfairness. And there are other reasons than equity that blocks progress on climate change, but I think this is often used as a shield for inaction, and there are a lot of countries that could really do a lot more and would be willing to do a lot more if they looked at this question, and that also goes for the public opinions that support these countries.
Thank you. It was a difficult question. You answered it well.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, what a great second session. Really, I will go out of here with a lot of ideas and desires to change the world, because we have heard really from sickle cell disease to mental health, to from climate to language, really a brainstorming of very interesting ideas. So now you have your Mentimeter code here. Remember that you need to cast a vote for each one of the candidates to have your overall vote accepted, and that you need to do it now, okay? We will leave it for a couple of minutes more, because there will be one Mentimeter for each one of the 3 sessions, okay? So please cast your votes. So now it's time to, let's say, harness what we have learned in the parallel sessions, and so I would like to invite on stage one representative for each session, and they will summarize the findings of each one of them. So first of all, Kristin Krav, Estonian Research Council in Estonia, please come on stage. Then we have Therese Lindhall of the Austrian Research Promotion Agency, who will summarize the second workshop. Please sit here. And then we'll have Felix Beckendorf from the German Aerospace Center. So, yeah, coming now. Okay, welcome. Thanks a lot for being here. So I would start with Kristin of the Estonian Research Council. The session was called the Intersectorial Dimension of MSCA.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege, actually, to make a summary of this very interesting session. And the goal of the session was to discuss how can we make, what steps can we take to encourage the public administration to participate more in Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. We started with a presentation by Anouk Lafortune, who reiterated the fact that we learned already in the morning, that only 1% of Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action's participation currently is by public administration, while around 4 to 6% of the fellows end up in working in that sector. And she also reminded us of the different opportunities the public administration has in Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions. They can recruit fellows, but they can also host secondments of fellows and be a placement host for fellows. We continued with Jesus Rojo from Spain, who showcased the analysis made in the MSCA NET project with a goal to analyze the needs of the non-academic sector. First of all, to know the needs, we need to know what the sector is. And Jesus explained how it is difficult to reach a comprehensive definition of the public administration, and that behind that two words, public administration, we actually have a universe of different entities. Thirdly came Eduardo Oliver, who presented to us a really exciting project, the Ciencia en el Parlamento, or as he put it, from Twitter to the Parliament in less than a year. So this was really a wonderful showcase how bottom-up initiatives can bear fruit in this field of research and the communication between public administration. And I'm sorry, I'm plagued by a fly. And he also explained how the activity carried on to a JRC-funded Science Meets Regions initiative, that really these two initiatives help to break barriers between the two worlds. But what is the lesson learned from these two initiatives is that we really need specific people, professionals, to work on the borderline between research and public administration to better translate these languages to one another. And our last presentation was made by Anna Berti-Suman from Italy, who described her JRC-hosted Marie Sklodowska-Curie project. And she introduced us to the exciting concept of civic environmental monitoring, and explained how visiting researchers program of JRC helped to open doors for her and get to know her host, and led to a very exciting project in JRC that has also continued beyond the end of the duration of the project itself. And this project has created a network that has expanded and is living beyond the project duration. And the goal of this project was to innovate how environmental information is used in law enforcement. She has received multiple awards and recognition for this, and she also wanted to mention that an activity during the project, the secondment that she had to a law firm, paved her way to now working for that law firm. So secondments really do work. During the discussion afterwards, led by Murat Güneş, we discussed the benefits for public administration to work with researchers and for researchers to work with public administration. And we concluded that MSCA can really be the bridge that connects these two worlds and helps us to learn one another's language. We could find no down arguments for this cooperation. So, but talking to participants later, the question is, if there are only benefits, where are they? So, why only 1%? And here comes probably the role of us, national contact points, but also all of us here, that we need to create awareness, we need to promote this opportunity, and also to show the success stories and the benefit this cooperation has for both parties, because it is a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christine. There will be time later for some questions from the floor, but I had one myself. I was wondering whether beyond the 3 important success stories, any other story came out from the debate, and anyway, either from this story or from the 3 you discussed, let's say, what is the lesson learned moving forward? What are the recommendations that have emerged from, or the main recommendation that has emerged from the discussion?
Yes, and there was another success story embedded in Anna's presentation, actually, and this was the recommendation to start with agile and low-barrier approach. And she brought us an example how the city of Milan, while she was working for the JRC, the city of Milan engaged with her project to have environmental training for the city officials, because it was easy, it was no barrier, and it was seen as a benefit for both.
Okay, so great, another very interesting example. Okay, so now it's the turn of Therese Lindhall of the Austrian Research Promotion Agency, and she will summarize the workshop MSCA from global to regional.
Yes, thank you so much, and also for the possibility to actively contribute to this interesting conference. The title of Workshop 2 was MSCA from Global to Regional, and the main questions were: how is MSCA currently contributing to addressing global challenges, and what more can be done to strengthen the policy impacts of MSCA in this direction, while still safeguarding the bottom-up spirit? So we heard at first in a presentation from Gerard Brons that MSCA already shows a strong contribution to societal challenges. For example, with so far 109 projects in the area of the cancer mission and cancer mission, and 52 projects in the area of the climate mission. MSCA also has a very strong international dimension. So, for example, 50% of all participations from third country organizations were in MSCA projects. So, in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe were in MSCA projects, and 40% of the researchers involved in MSCA are nationals from non-EU countries. However, we do need a more strategic approach to match the bottom-up nature of MSCA with the thematic and political priorities, and with the new global approach on cooperation in research and innovation. We then had 2 very interesting examples of projects that have impact both on a local as well on a global level. The Global Fellowship project Smart Tourist investigated the consequences of tourist experiences with smart tourism, and also analyzed the effect of smart technology infusion and organizational mindfulness by tourist-related SMEs. In the project, it was a RISE project called NanoMed. The aim of the multidisciplinary consortium was to develop a nanomaterial-based tablet that removes radionuclides, toxins, and reactive oxygen species in the body, and thus can be used in the treatment of serious health conditions associated with exposure to external radiation. I wonder if they can remove flies as well. So, as we could see on here, both projects also contribute to many of the sustainable development goals, and thus to policy. For example, to good health and well-being, life on land, clean water and sanitation, as well as to sustainable cities and climate action, just to name a few of them. Finally, we listened to Fernanda from the Marie Curie Alumni Association, who showed us that the MCA, the members of the MCA are indeed from all over the globe, and that most chapters, or that the MCA chapters cover most parts of the world, and that the different working groups contribute to policy in several areas. For example, with regard to gender equality, science communication, bridging science and businesses, and, of course, to researchers' career development. The discussion then focused on the question, what more can be done to strengthen the policy impacts of MSCA? So when it comes to the gap between researchers and policymakers, it was stated that there is a clear gap and that researchers have to find a way to transfer their results to policymakers and to do this in an understandable way. And for this, researchers need support in identifying relevant policymakers, for example, from the universities, but the exchange between researchers and policymakers also needs continuous support from the European Commission. At the same time, training in these kind of skills is very important for the researchers. There was also a comment from the audience that we should have a more collaborative model and work in teams. There are a lot of different actors that are not pure researchers but have different skills and different roles, and therefore we should not talk about support but talk more about collaboration. One question that was raised was what will be the most important topics for MSCA in the future. Now, there was a broad consensus that it is essential that MSCA remains a bottom-up program because MSCA allows for more freedom also to identify regional problems and to find solutions for these problems at a regional level. This can then be spread to a more global level. It is also important to increase the effort to bring together people and projects working on the same topics from different sub-programs of the framework program, and also to make them more visible. And it was also stated that in some aspects, MSCA is an ideal program, and we should not change things that are already working well. Then towards the end of the discussion, we had a very practicable example that was brought up of a scheme in the US where university professors spent 1 year in the public administration and could then return to academia. So that was some highlights from our discussion, and I would conclude that.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. So please remember that you have questions. There will be time at the end. And my question was about one point that you mentioned, the fact that many of these initiatives are localized regionally, but then it is probably desirable somehow to network them or to find support with similar initiatives in other areas. So I was wondering whether anything has come out about what would be needed to network these initiatives. Is it mutual support? Is it exchange of information? Whatever.
Well, we had some different opinions on this. Some thought it's more really for the researchers to learn this. They are used to plan projects, carry out projects, but not so much to then spread these outcomes to the right people and stakeholders. But I think it's really important to think about it from the very start, to involve the relevant stakeholders from the very beginning. Who are they and who could be interested in the outcomes? And also to think about how to involve them at a very early point. And then if you have these people in your networks, it's easier to spread the outcomes that have an impact on regional, national, and possibly also on a global level. And I think we also had a very good example of this in this IF project, Smart Tourism, from Estrella Diaz. So she told us that based on the knowledge that she gained within the project, she could then support and give advice to different stakeholders, like within the project, the European project, Smart Tourist Destinations. She was also involved in the development of public policies, and she was coaching activities related to smart tourism in a specific region in Spain.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Okay, so I think the fly is really catching our attention. And at one point, she really wants to say something, so at one point I will ask the fly to talk, but not now, because now it's the turn of Felix Beckendorf of the German Aerospace Center, who will talk about the third workshop, MSCA and inclusiveness.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. And first of all, before you can hear my short report, thanks a lot to the Spanish presidency for organizing this conference. It is highly appreciated. Thanks a lot to the European Commission, of course, for co-financing it and for giving us the opportunity to meet each year. It's wonderful this year. It has been wonderful during the last years, and it is a great opportunity to exchange views. And yeah, Christina and Xavi, Christina is sitting there, and Xavi and all the technical staff and the team. I organized the conference in 2020, and I know how tough it is, and Therese, she knows it, and you're doing a great job, and I think everybody is enjoying this conference. Workshop 3, MSCA and inclusiveness, and yeah, thanks a lot to our moderator, to Donata, and to our 4 panelists, to Maria, to Erle, to Irina, and to Joaquin, who gave great testimonials. And at the beginning of the workshop, Donata mentioned we agreed to disagree when it comes to inclusiveness, because it's such a wide, there's such a wide range, so many different topics when it comes to inclusiveness. That is why I had a look at the Cambridge Dictionary after the workshop. And the Cambridge Dictionary says, and here I quote, "The quality of including many different types of people and treating them all fairly and equally." I think we can all agree on that, but I didn't know, it's still very broad. And then at the end of the workshop, we had a word cloud about take-home messages. And we had personal support. We had supporting diversity. We had mental health, awareness, possibilities, network, practical help, fairness, and inclusion is knowledge. So you can see we've got a wide range of topics when it comes to inclusiveness. And it's not easy to find straight answers in this regard, I guess. As a central message from the workshop, yeah, what are the MSCA about overall? I think they're about attracting talent, and we cannot afford to lose talent due to missing inclusiveness. Because inclusion means knowledge. And though the MSCA, we all know that they're based on excellence, that does not exclude inclusiveness. So on the contrary, only if we are inclusive, we can achieve excellence. That was a key message, I guess, and we have to have different perspectives and different views, and we cannot risk to lose talent because we are not aware of things. Now my short recapitulation of the workshop, and let me refer to 3 words of the word cloud. The first one was awareness, and we agreed on the workshop that there's still a lack of information when it comes to inclusion when you move into a new institution. So there's lack of information from the administration, maybe from the supervisors, maybe from the national contact points, or people are not aware of the national contact points, people are not aware of the MCAA and their different chapters. What is important that we raise awareness of the fellows and the institutions to push inclusiveness and to push support for them. We know that a lot has already been done, but we can improve. If we communicate, I think we can improve. And if we spread the word that there are opportunities and possibilities, and we need that sensitivity, I think we can achieve more. The second word from the word cloud is practical help. And practical help is definitely needed when it comes to integration or to inclusion. And again, a lot is done on the administrative side in institutions, but to truly move not only means to take a new job, but to get a new everyday life in a new country or in a new city. And we had a nice example from Spain, from a COFIN project where they've got a mentoring and ambassador system, not only to integrate the researchers into the institutions, but into the different cities. And they organize events and parties and sports and stuff like that, that the people are truly welcomed in the city and that they get to know each other and get to know the opportunities in everyday life. And this could work as a good role model. So please ask Joaquin, maybe tonight at the dinner. It was really inspiring, in my opinion. The third point is mental health. We all know, for example, about the Research and Mental Health Observatory, and actions like this, the European Commission is doing a lot. And we had a testimonial of Irina, and Irina is currently an MSCA for Ukraine Fellow in Dublin. And she did not move by choice, but she was forced to move. And her research is quite interesting because her research is about health of Ukrainian children and women who had to flee or who were forced to leave their country. And yeah, people or researchers who are forced, they do not just face the usual challenges when you are a mobile researcher. You face anxiety, you face depression, you face health issues, and many other things we can even imagine, I think, most of us. So integrating researchers or include researchers at risk, that is hugely different from integration just regular mobile researchers. And we have to keep that in mind when it comes to inclusiveness. So researchers at risk was a big topic during the workshop for a reason, but we have to be very sensitive and we have to think about everything we do when it comes to integration, because integrating researchers who were forced to leave their country without any preparation for the stay abroad, that's a huge task. Last but not least, we could all agree that the MSCA are already doing a lot. So we've got CSAs like Inspire Europe, we have MSCA for Ukraine, we have other actions on the way that will come with a new work program on 2024 already. Within the MSCA, we've got, for example, the Special Needs Allowance, and we do a lot to support inclusiveness and inclusion, and the MSCA, they act, and they always have acted rather swiftly. But what is important, and what I took home from Maria, they need your voices and your experience. That is really, really important to get your stories when it comes to inclusion and to inclusiveness. So please make use of the possibility to speak to the colleagues from the unit tonight, because they really appreciate your input. Yeah, and that's it from our side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Felix. So think about the questions, because now there will be some time to ask questions, make comments, remarks, whatever. But I had a question myself for you, which, I mean, apparently there is an agreement that of the benefits of inclusiveness, but still we know that there is a long way to go. So I was wondering how much institutions are actually prepared to bear, you know, the costs, the effort of increasing inclusiveness, and especially what would be an incentive for institutions to promote more inclusiveness?
That's tricky. I think many institutions are prepared. And many institutions I know, so first and foremost, I of course know the German institutions. I know there a lot of stuff is going on, and many are prepared. But the problem is that it's in the institutions I know that there's one department dealing with this, one department dealing with that, and the other department dealing with this, and they're not communicating with each other, and they could do better when it comes to support inclusiveness and to support integration. What might be needed are inclusiveness experts or officers at institutions when it's centralized, and communication within the institutions. Incentives. I think if you are not inclusive, and we had that with the MSCA, I think the institutions, they cannot risk to lose talents due to lack of inclusiveness. The change must come from within, but the researchers, it's the choice of the researchers where to go, and they will go to institutions that push inclusiveness and that foster inclusiveness, and if the institutions do not react to that, then on the long run, they won't be that excellent anymore, because researchers will choose other institutions supporting that. So if institutions do not handle inclusiveness very importantly, then it might lead to a lack of excellence in the future. Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, so now let's open to the floor. Any question, comment, remarks from anybody that has joined the workshop or has curiosities about the points we've touched upon in these summaries? There will be a microphone available. No? Okay, one there. You can raise your hands if you want.
Thank you very much for the 3 workshops. I attended the first one, and it was brilliant. And my comment or question is actually about the third one that you were commenting now about the inclusiveness. I don't know, I find it really interesting, and I don't know if I'm wrong, but somehow it seems that it's like different to the other two, because in the other 2 ones, we have been talking like about how your science results and like your data, everything that you are generating with those results can be translated to the policymakers and how you can influence each other. But this one is like somehow different, no? It's not like the results or like the data that you are generating, but it's more like the needs and the problems that you are facing. So my question, or how then can we handle this? How can you influence the policymakers? It's only the organization that's responsible for that, or? Thank you.
So whether incentives go beyond the organizational level but include, okay. Anybody? I mean,
we talked about science for policy as well. Maybe that is a step before that. So we have to include people from all over with different backgrounds to get their perspectives in the institution, who can then convey and transfer these different perspectives to policy. Our workshop it's very tricky to connect the inclusiveness and the inclusion of researchers into a new institution to giving political advice. I think that this will come as a next step if the institutions are open enough to really include all the people from different backgrounds. It is definitely, and the policy can definitely profit from that, because if we take inclusiveness seriously, policy will get perspectives they are not aware of at the moment. But we hadn't take home messages. How can the inclusion of researchers leads to science for policy or political advice? This gap might be too huge. But as I mentioned, if you have experience with that, go to the MSCA unit, who's here tonight at the dinner, and tell about your experiences. That is the direct contact to policy, and they really appreciate your opinions. I know that. I've been dealing with them for 10 years, and it's been 10 very, very good and constructive years. So,
Yes, please.
And also in MSCA, we are, and in Horizon Europe in general, we are now talking a lot about how taking into account gender issues as part of the research itself benefits the excellence of the project. But it's not only gender issues, it's gender and other, let's say, inclusiveness issues. And I think this is the way to go. I mean, to include this thought, this aspect in your research, and it will feed back into better research that better helps policy.
Yeah. I can imagine, I mean, scientific advice during the pandemics was heavily influenced by who was giving the advice, and whether it was a diverse view or it was related to a single social class or geographical setting. So there seem to be dots that can be connected somehow. Okay, any other question, remark?
I think there
were. Okay, great.
Is it working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I hate that people do this, and I'm going to do it myself. It's not a question, this is a comment.
Oh, no, Charlie.
No, actually, because it was a very, let's say, to-the-point question, the one that we had before with the third workshop. And it was a very complicated question, of course, for Felix to reply or for anybody. And actually, we kind of, I think, touched some interesting points, and I'll just drop the question there for everybody, which one of the panelists mentioned that inclusiveness, I mean, bringing together this community of researchers, and somehow this connects with the first panel, what Maria Jose was saying this morning, is, let's say, a process of creating knowledge. And the knowledge is what we have to make it reach the policymakers. But then the key question there is actually how to make the policymakers interested in going for that knowledge for policymaking. So that's where the connection of inclusiveness and policymaking is, but obviously we still do not have a straightforward question of how to make then that inclusiveness turn into knowledge, and knowledge make it reach the policymakers. But that would be where the connection lies.
Mm-hmm. Well, any thoughts on that?
We had a perfect solution to this because in our panel, which was about public administration, policymakers and researchers, Eduardo reminded us kind of that actually researchers and public servants have a lot in common, and one of the things, or the most important thing that they have in common, is actually the will to serve the public, so the will to solve problems. So there are problems, and there is a way to solve them. Yeah.
Great. Any more question or comment? They are allowed in such a prestigious audience. No? Okay. So thanks a lot. Thanks to the rapporteur. Oh, there was one that I missed. Did I miss one?
No.
No? Okay. Fine. So thanks a lot. Thanks to the rapporteurs. You can leave the stage from here. You can leave the stage from here. Great. Okay, thanks. So today's sessions are finished, but the day is not over yet. Now it's time for more networking, more fun, and enjoy also beautiful Toledo. So I have to tell you some practical things. First of all, there are buses waiting for you at the exit, at the Salida Sabatini. They will take you back to Toledo, to the same place where the pickup was this morning. And there will be some time for relaxing or whatever at the hotel, changing dress, or at least in my case. Okay, so, but we invite to something I would not miss if I were you. So a guided tour of the beautiful city of Toledo. The meeting time is 7, okay, at 7 p.m. And the meeting place is a square that you manage to name at the end of the, if you manage to name it at the end of the session, you will get an award. So it's Plaza Zocodover. The exact location is indicated on the website of the conference, but anyway, it's 2-3 minutes away from the hotels, okay? So very, very easy. 7 p.m. in Plaza Zocodover. So the guided tour is organized in groups. There will be groups in Spanish, groups in English, so no language barriers. And it will end at the door of the restaurant. So those that take the guided tour will be directly left at the restaurant. Anyway, the dinner will start at 8:30 p.m. and the name of the restaurant is Hacienda del Cardenal. Hacienda del Cardenal. And one last recommendation, Toledo is really beautiful, but it's mostly cobbled, okay? So wear, comfortable shoes, no stiletto, otherwise there may be some accident, okay? Unless you are very brave. And I think that's all. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow. Thanks.
Sorry.